Honorable members, the prayer. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our Queen, to our government, to all members of the Legislative Assembly, the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideas, but laying aside all private interest and prejudice, keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Amen. Honorable members, please remain standing. We will be led in the singing of our national anthem by recording artist Brooklyn Allard. Honorable members, please be seated. Hey, Shannon, I'm just going to give a little greet. Honorable members, before we get to the daily routine today, I would just like to let all members know that earlier today I sent a letter to congratulate the newly elected Speaker of the province of British Columbia, the Honourable Raj Shahon. The MLA for Burnaby Edmonds was unanimously, I don't mean to put any pressure on you, but wink, wink, nudge, nudge, was unanimously elected as Speaker of the Legislative Assembly of British Columbia earlier today. He is the first Punjabi-speaking Sikh speaker in the history of Canada. I'm sure all members will join me in welcoming him to the speakership of the province of British Columbia.
Introduction of visitors, introduction of guests, ministerial statements, member statements.
The honourable member for Central Peace.
On Friday, local businesses in Valley View created an impromptu reverse parade on Main Street. It was great to see all the decorated trucks and seeing people driving back and forth to take it all in and listening to Brooke and Greg sing and play Christmas carols from a truck deck for 3 hours. One thing that struck me was Perron Ventures hanging a big sign from 2 picker trucks across Main Street that read, "Thank you for supporting local." In this crazy time of COVID, we know our small businesses have been suffering. These are the businesses that sponsor the local sports team, donate money to local charities, and provide the services you need. The owners are our neighbors, the ones that volunteer locally, and the folks that will help you out if you have a flat tire, run out of gas, or just need someone to talk to. It doesn't matter if you're at the new Fox Creek Creative that highlights local home businesses and artists, or at an old favorite like Boyd's Hardware in Fairview that has so much more than just hardware. You can check out Ruby's Fresh Decor in Valley, or maybe Ruby's Variety Shop in Fairview, 2 completely different stores with lots of cool gift ideas. There's the IDA Pharmacy in Flair and a Home Hardware in McLennan that you can spend hours shopping in each. From Little Smoky to Cleardale, Bay Tree to Eaglesham, small general stores are the heart of their community. Need a donut fix? We have the best donuts ever at the Crooked Creek General Store, at Wanham's Bear Country Inn, at the Tractor Pit in Drewville, IGAs and Friesen IGAs at Fox Creek, Valley View, Fairview, Falher, and Spear River, and co-op stores in Rycroft, Falher, and Valley View, and even the Berwyn and McLennan Big Way Foods, and of course, Tim Jimmy's in Valley View. There's many small home businesses offering food services like Mandy's Tea and Desserts and Pierogi Please that you can find on Facebook. Now, if you can't make it to any of these businesses within the Central Peace constituency, then make sure you go online and order or buy gift certificates for your friends and relatives in the area. You name it, we've got it in Central Peace. I also encourage everyone to donate to your local food bank. They depend on your support from our communities in order to support their communities.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
I can confirm the comments about the donuts are 100% correct. The honourable member for Edmonton Decor.
615 Albertans have lost their lives to COVID-19, an unspeakable tragedy. On behalf of our entire caucus, I would like to offer our deepest condolences for their irreplaceable losses. These lives are to be cherished and the losses to be mourned. They are simply not case numbers and not just statistics, a lesson this Premier has yet to learn. I was shocked and appalled to watch last week as the Premier went back to his old playbook of casting blame, deflecting responsibility by minimizing the huge losses Albertans have suffered by blaming them on comorbidities. We all remember when the Premier told this House that the majority of those who would lose their lives to COVID-19 had already lived past the average life expectancy. And only days ago, he told a Facebook Live crowd that only 3% of lives lost did not have comorbidity. He then read off a list of comorbidities that had impacted those who lost their lives, again to diminish the loss of 600 lives. The Premier blamed dementia, which impacts over 40,000 Albertans. The Premier blamed respiratory disease. I know many who suffer from asthma. He blamed cancer, which Alberta sees 16,000 new cases each year. He blamed diabetes, kidney disease, cardiovascular disease, and more. Was the Premier saying that anyone who suffers these afflictions were expendable? Why does he try to minimize the tragedy that we should feel with the loss of every life? That is not leadership, Mr. Speaker. That is cowardice, plain and simple. These Albertans lost their lives to COVID-19 deserve better than having the Premier add an asterisk to their name as once again he tries to downplay his failures with this pandemic. The Premier needs to get his head on straight. He was elected to lead, to show compassion, and to fight to save every life. He was not elected to use statistics to justify half measures to fight the spread. Albertans deserve better.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray-Lac-La-Biche has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to talk about a special nonprofit organization that serves the Lac-La-Biche region, the Perfect Gift Store. I was thrilled to visit the Perfect Gift Store a couple weeks ago and see the truly amazing work they've done to bring the Christmas spirit to families in need. The elves at the Perfect Gift have transformed the storefront in downtown Lac-La-Biche into Santa's workshop with over 20 beautiful decorated Christmas trees, stunning nativity scenes, Santa's Toyland, a candy bar, a wrapping station, and of course, Christmas carols playing throughout. It really does put you in the Christmas spirit. It is a ministry of the New Life Victory Fellowship Church, and throughout the year, they collect brand new toys and monetary donations to be able to provide to our community during the Christmas season. Their entire purpose is to see the restoration of love, memories, and holiday joy to families who otherwise would not have the means to buy presents for their children. Christmas is a time of giving and remembering how truly blessed we are, and this year many families have faced financial hardships, and with Christmas fast approaching, they've felt an added stress and pressure. The Perfect Gift Store helps ensure that every child has a gift under the tree on Christmas Eve. Registration ends today, December 7th, and appointments will take place throughout the next couple weeks. Their elves even tell me that over 100 families and 300 kids have already registered. Parents and guardians in need are able to register and make a private appointment at the Perfect Gift Store where they can hand-pick a brand new gift for their child at no cost. They also get to enjoy all of the Christmas magicalness within that building. Mr. Speaker, so much of the magic of Christmas is our determination to shine brightly when times are darkest. This year has been darker than most, and I am heartened to know that Lac-La-Biche's community spirit is shining strong. God bless.
The honourable member for Edmonton Glenora.
$30 million. That's massive deficit facing Edmonton Public Schools for the cost of just their COVID-19 measures because this UCP Premier and Education Minister failed to properly fund our schools over the summer. $30 million that won't be going towards teaching our kids or supporting learning. You really have to wonder about the priorities of this government and what they spend their time on. They chose to cut education funding in the middle of a pandemic, and they've been focused on implementing their ideological curriculum rewrite. That was their summer agenda. But what this government didn't do this summer was plan for the virus that was staring us all in the face. It's like the UCP Premier and Education Minister closed their eyes, crossed their fingers, and just hoped that the second wave wouldn't hit our schools. But it did. We've heard their rhetoric. They claimed that the best education plan was right here in Alberta. They said that they had the gold standard. They said everything was going to work out just fine. Just trust them, they promised. But less than 3 months into the school year, and grades 7 through 12 students have been told to stay home, and tens of thousands of students have had to isolate because they've been close contacts to someone with COVID in school. Our schools are in rough shape. Classrooms are closed, students are stressed, parents are frustrated, and staff are close to burnout. Of course, it didn't have to be this way. Throughout the summer, teachers, parents, community members, and the NDP put forward ideas to get everyone ready for the second wave and to make schools safer. They were good ideas, backed by experts, evidence, and interjurisdictional research. But the government must have had their earplugs in because they refused to listen. And now we have the results, a failing grade for this UCP government, Premier, and Minister. But those who are paying the price are the students, staff, families, and communities throughout Alberta.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint Anne Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, I've had 2 COVID tests this year so far. The first one was a throat swab at a drive-through location in Westlock. The nurse, like many have known over the years, is a pleasant person and made me feel at ease as she took this big, large cotton swab and jammed it in the back of my throat as I sat in my pickup and she leaned through the window. The second one, more recently performed, was in Westlock, different location, but as luck would have it, same nurse, this time a sinus swab. I darn near bent over backwards to get away from that thing when it was jammed halfway up my nose. I had to take a seat. Try number 2 was a ticket, and I couldn't make it through standing as that swab seemed to be as long as my arm. I'm greatly appreciative for all the folks that are working tirelessly so we can get back those test results. I'm also very appreciative of all those who are being cautious when they show symptoms to get tested if warranted, or to stay at home and not spread whatever bug you may have picked up. You see, everyone I know is trying to do the right things through this. As we learn more about the COVID-19 virus, the more reasonable and practicable decisions we make will be the ones that will get us back to normal as soon as possible. My plea to all Albertans is not to panic, not to be apathetic, but to be aware and responsible, to take the right steps to minimize the spread, acknowledge that you do have control over your actions and they will impact others. Wash your hands, lots. Keep your distance from others that are not part of your cohort. Pay attention to the personal hygiene. Stay at home when you don't feel sick, and when needed and warranted, wear a mask. There is no silver bullet that will make this all go away, but be sure you take some practical steps to slow the spread and the impacts on all Albertans. We're fortunate not to have to be fighting a war like our grandparents did with bombs and bullets. Our battle right now can be fought with soap, water, personal protective equipment, and a strong dose of common sense. Keep strong, carry on. You got this, Alberta. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Northwest has a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alberta's retail and service workers are being put in a very dangerous situation because of this UCP government. The burden of enforcing public health orders has fallen on store clerks, servers, cashiers, and other essential workers, and trying to enforce masking laws and other health orders in their establishments has caused them to face abuse, threats, and even violent assault. Because of this government's stubborn failure to implement strong enforcement, a bartender in my constituency was brutally assaulted when she informed a patron that it was necessary to wear a mask while walking around the restaurant. She did everything right. She provided a mask at the door at the business expense, enforced the new service restrictions, and dealt with the patron politely and respectfully. For all of her efforts, she was rewarded by having a glass smashed in her face, requiring 14 stitches. My heart breaks for this worker, Mr. Speaker. She works so hard to keep her family's business afloat during a public health and economic emergency. But Albertans can't do it alone. They need supports for small businesses, support for the restaurant industry that has been hard hit, and support for servers and other essential workers that are putting themselves in dangerous situations when they're only trying to keep the staff and patrons safe by enforcing Alberta's public health orders. This government must step up and protect our service and retail workers with enforcement. This Premier and members in his caucus need to stop trivializing this pandemic and pandering to anti-maskers who feel emboldened by this government and develop an enforcement policy so our essential workers are no longer put in harm's way.
The honourable member for Brooks, Medicine Hat.
Mr. Speaker, in May, the Trudeau Liberals announced sweeping changes to Canada's firearms laws in the midst of an economic crisis and a global pandemic. By the stroke of his pen, Justin Trudeau and Bill Blair made criminals out of thousands of law-abiding gun owners, adding 1,500 makes and models to a list just because they didn't like how they looked. And in case you thought that this was about public safety, which, spoiler alert, it's not, they added a coffee company to the list because, hey, it had Black Rifle in their company name. As a proud gun-toting Albertan, I was asked to be the chair of the Alberta Firearms Advisory Committee. The committee consulted Albertans through an online survey that garnered a whopping 40,000 responses, receiving more traffic than the Government of Alberta's homepage on its first day of launching. During 2 successful town halls, we took questions from across the province, and one thing was clear, Mr. Speaker. Justin Trudeau's gun grab is, well, let's keep it parliamentary. It's very unpopular. At the request of our committee on behalf of Albertans, Alberta's Justice Minister has created the Office of the Chief Provincial Firearms Officer and is currently vetting potential candidates. This action works towards fulfilling the mandate of the Fair Deal panel and ensures that Alberta, not Ottawa, takes the lead. Many Albertans also voiced opposition to the potential handgun ban in our municipalities, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to say that I'll be tabling Private Members Bill 211 this week that will ban Alberta municipalities from passing any legislation related to firearms, protecting urban gun owners from losing their legally acquired property. Mr. Speaker, this gun grab was never about public safety. There is no question that we need to prevent violence in our communities, but the gun grab is not the way to do it. Instead of spending Alberta's hard-earned money on a buyback program, Justin Trudeau and Bill Blair should look in their own backyards at the thugs and gangbangers smuggling illegal firearms across the borders. Alberta's lawful firearms ownership is well documented and a distinct part of our way of life, with thousands of Albertans taking part in activities such as sport shooting, collecting, manufacturing, selling, and hunting. These people deserve to be respected, and I'm proud to be part of a government that's doing just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood.
December 6th, on the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women, we took the time to remember and recommit to action in addressing gender-based violence. We honoured the memory of the 14 women murdered at École Polytechnique in Montreal in 1989. These women were murdered for being women by a man determined to kill feminists. Yesterday we mourned, and today we commit to doing better. Today we fight. So today we're calling for action from this government. We know that economic security is crucial for tackling domestic violence. We know that COVID-19 and the recession is disproportionately impacting women, a fact this government refuses to acknowledge. Women's participation in the labour force is down from a historic high to its lowest level in over 30 years. We know this is putting women at higher risk of domestic violence. Many have called this increase in violence a shadow pandemic. Lives are at stake, and this is why we need action from this UCP government. What does this look like? It looks like economic justice, with an economic recovery plan for women, two-spirit and gender-diverse folks, and for all those deeply impacted by this pandemic. It looks like applying an intersectional, gender-based lens to all policy decisions, not dismissing it as a kooky academic theory. It means ending a tax on public sector workers, many of whom are women. It means universal access to affordable childcare and housing. It looks like pay equity and paid domestic violence leave. It means implementing the calls for justice aimed at ending the genocide of Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirit people. It's about being anti-racist and combating misogyny. Yesterday, this government claimed it would take action. But those are the same words we've heard before, and words don't save lives. Yesterday, we mourned. Today, it's time for this government to act, because we can't keep waiting for tomorrow.
Honourable members, it is now 1:50, and that makes it oral question period. And the leader of Her Majesty's loyal opposition has the call.
Active cases tripled, hospitalizations quadrupled, and we recorded more deaths in 1 month than the first 6 combined. Mr. Speaker, November was a tragedy. The increase in active cases recorded last month equals the entire population of Canmore. Tomorrow will be 2 weeks since the Premier's half measures, and he has to face the truth. They're not working. Over the last 2 weeks, Alberta has broken records day after day after day. Premier, we can't afford to wait any longer. Will you finally take real action to stop the spread of COVID?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the government has taken real action, and I know that the leader of the NDP loves to bash Alberta. The reality is that Albertans have performed admirably throughout the pandemic, through most of the pandemic until the increase in cases in late October, doing much better than the large population provinces, all the U.S. states and most European countries. We are very concerned about the current spike in cases, and if additional restrictions are necessary in light of this situation, they will be taken.
The Leader of the Opposition.
We're told the R value of the virus in Alberta right now is roughly 1.2. This Premier's half measures aren't working. It's not if, it's right now. When researchers at Yale did a county-by-county analysis on measures in the U.S. to prevent COVID-19, they had a few clear takeaways. One of them, quote, mask mandates stand out for their effectiveness and relative lack of economic trade-offs, and simply recommending masks, quote, doesn't do anything. So, when will the Premier look at the evidence and implement a province-wide mandatory mask mandate?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, when the NDP was parodying the World Health Organization's opposition to masks in the spring, this was the first government in Canada to recommend mask use. This is to date the only government in Canada to have made available millions of free masks, in addition to 2 million reusable masks for school children. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that has imposed a workplace mask mandate for the urban metropolises where 85% of our cases are, and 90% of the province is covered by municipal mask mandates. If additional measures need to be taken, they will.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What Alberta is, Mr. Speaker, is the only province not to have a province-wide mask mandate. 19,000 Albertans are sick. When confronted in an interview with the fact that we have more cases and fewer restrictions than Ontario, the health minister blames social gatherings, except the Premier is allowing social gatherings at bars, restaurants, casinos, and water parks. On top of that, while Dr. Hinshaw is calling for a province-wide effort, the Premier keeps telling Albertans COVID is a city problem. Premier, tomorrow will be 2 weeks since your half measures. Albertans need you to act now. Why won't you?
The Premier has the call.
2 points, Mr. Speaker. While we must stress the urgency of the situation, it is never helpful to exaggerate the facts. The Leader of the NDP just said that 19,000 Albertans are sick. In fact, the significant majority of people who test positive for COVID-19, and a significant number more who never test positive but who become positive, actually never exhibit symptoms or have only mild cold-like symptoms. They are not sick, Mr. Speaker. We are most concerned, however, about the pressure on the hospital system, which is why if additional measures need to be taken, they will. But to say to all of those businesses that have had to shut down, to the tens of thousands of people put out of work, that they are victims of merely half measures is insensitive, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition for a second set of questions.
And minimizing the impact of this pandemic the way the Premier just did is an unprecedented demonstration of irresponsibility. Nowhere is this tragedy felt greater than in seniors' homes. In November, we lost 150 Albertans due to outbreaks in long-term care. That's 5 preventable deaths every day. These are our parents, our grandparents. These are the Albertans who built this province. We can't sit by and watch this happen today. We are calling for rapid testing twice per week to detect cases in long-term care. Will the Premier adopt this plan, and if not, why not?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, in April, I called out the federal government for the snail's pace of their approval of rapid testing. I called on them immediately to approve rapid tests. I called on Alberta Health to begin preparing to roll out those rapid tests. And guess who I was criticized by? The NDP. They said to trust the federal government. Well, the federal government bought all of the PanBio domestically produced rapid test kits, Mr. Speaker. They completely cornered the market. It's taken them until this week to ship them to the provinces. They will immediately be distributed to long-term care facilities to facilitate rapid testing on site.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, there have been more Albertans over 80 diagnosed with COVID-19 in the past 5 weeks than in the entire rest of the pandemic, more than 400. And we know that 1 in 4 will die. Yet last month, when the Premier announced nothing to protect seniors' homes, what we saw instead was granting exemptions allowing these homes to share staff and further spread the risk. So, will this Premier hire more staff, use the $300 million top-up, and make sure that every staff member gets tested on a daily basis so that we can keep seniors safe?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, every death for any cause is a tragedy. And this is particularly the case for seniors who are vulnerable, especially those with multiple chronic conditions. And that's why I called upon all of the players in our health system to build a wall of defense around long-term care facilities in the spring. The exemption to which she refers are 26 exemptions out of 300 long-term care facilities, each of them individually granted by Dr. Hinshaw for extenuating reasons, such as remote rural communities with very limited workforces. And we do hope to roll out immediately these rapid tests as soon as they are finally made available by the Government of Canada.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the clear and present danger to seniors is growing, and it's unacceptable. Families feel helpless. More to the point, Mr. Speaker, the shortage of continuing care staff was something that you could have seen last spring when we called on you to introduce a workforce strategy. What have you done? You've left $300 million on the table. You are undercutting safety for workers in those settings, and you're not hiring more. When will this Premier take this issue seriously, hire and train and pay fairly more continuing care staff to keep seniors safe?
The Honourable Premier has the call.
Mr. Speaker, more than $260 million is supporting the safety of residents and staff at long-term care, designated supportive living facilities, and seniors' lodges. This includes, I believe, approximately $30 million in wage top-ups that was held up by the NDP and their allies in the AUPE. Mr. Speaker, we have asked the Chief Medical Officer to come forward with additional recommendations if more measures need to be taken to keep our long-term care residents safe.
Member for Edmonton Riverview has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Premier promised in the spring to build a wall of protection around residents in continuing care. It's about time that wall got built. Deaths in continuing care due to COVID-19 are approaching 400. We lost 150 residents to the virus in November alone. We know these deaths are preventable. My leader just asked this question and it's important, so I'll ask it again. Premier, will you commit to implementing the rapid testing in all continuing care homes in this province?
The Honourable the Premier.
I would suggest that the NDP actually pivot when they have an answer rather than reading a scripted question, because the answer was already yes. But let me turn that back on the NDP. Why, when I asked the Government of Canada to accelerate rapid testing in the spring, did they attack me? Because this isn't so much about public health for them, it's always and everywhere about politics, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Lack of adequate staffing in continuing care is more apparent than ever due to the pandemic. Programming is cancelled, residents are not fed and bathed regularly. The spread of the virus is due to staff being forced to work at multiple sites. The single site staffing order from the UCP has an exception list so long that it is ineffective. The UCP did nothing to prepare for the second wave and refused to launch an inquiry into the deaths in continuing care. To the Premier, will you at least start to address this problem by staffing by implemented rapid testing?
Yeah. Premier.
Apparently completely incapable of taking yes for an answer. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how are we supposed to administer rapid testing for kits that have not been approved by the Government of Canada, in a market that they have cornered and for which they have not yet fulfilled our demands, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, with respect to staffing, she talks about a long list of exemptions. Fewer than 10% of the long-term care operations in Alberta have been exempted from the single workplace staff requirement, each one of them approved by the Chief Medical Officer for extenuating reasons, Mr. Speaker.
Order, order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
The spread of COVID-19 in continuing care has been isolating and tragic for residents. Without programming and visitors, residents are struggling with their mental and physical health. Yet I am continually inspired by the resilience of these Albertans. For many residents, this Christmas and holiday season could in fact be their last, and they deserve to experience it in dignity. A stronger COVID response, including better testing at continuing care facilities, could help, obviously, with that. Premier, will you commit to support rapid testing twice a week today for residents so they can live in a dignified manner?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, it's becoming apparent that the NDP doesn't even understand the science of the rapid testing, Mr. Speaker, because it is scientifically useless on people who are asymptomatic. So we will follow the scientific guidelines of the rapid test producers of Health Canada and the Chief Medical Officer to focus them on individuals who are symptomatic. And when she says we could reduce the risk to zero, that I think is virtually impossible, but one way of doing that would be to absolutely bar any compassionate visits or care visits from family members, which would itself take an enormous toll on the frail elderly who are struggling right now.
Order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Premier was too focused on his own political fortunes and pandering to the anti-maskers in his caucus and his party, and failed to take action to slow the spread of COVID-19. Now, the full weight of the second wave is crashing into our seniors' facilities and our frontline hospital staff, and we're hearing that everyone, from social workers to addictions counselors, are being pulled out of their jobs to try to hold back this wave, with no one left to replace the work that they were doing. So to the Premier, why did you refuse to take basic steps like a mask policy province-wide before our hospitals got overwhelmed?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, we advised mask usage before the World Health Organization, before the Public Health Agency of Canada. In fact, before the Leader of the Opposition started heckling me today. We recommended it months ago, Mr. Speaker. We provided tens of millions of free masks to Albertans, and Mr. Speaker, 90% of Albertans are affected. But, you know, they're more concerned about making a farmer in the middle of his barn to turn him into a criminal than actually addressing the problem where it exists, which is in particularly areas with dense population.
Order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this Premier pats himself on the back for things he did back in the spring. We're hearing that AHS is moving to literally hire people off the street as untrained workers in our healthcare system as comfort care aides. The Red Cross is soliciting volunteers to help support our healthcare system. And even while this crisis deepens, the Premier does nothing but expresses disappointment when his friends hold anti-mask rallies in downtown Calgary. Does this Premier understand that his failure of leadership has meant more infections, more hospitalizations, and more pressure on Alberta's overwhelmed hospital workers?
The Honourable Premier.
So, Mr. Speaker, with respect to healthcare workforce, the Canadian Institutes for Health Information make it very clear that Alberta has the highest per capita number of both doctors and nurses in Canada. But because of the significant pressure, we are seeking to hire as many additional staff as we can to support the growing people who are facing hospitalization. With respect to protests, Mr. Speaker, as I said, I think it's incredibly selfish and irresponsible for people to gather in large numbers, even outside, especially if they're not socially distanced or wearing masks. I'll remind the member opposite, he did just that at a protest in the spring, contrary to our public health guidelines.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, cancelled surgeries, makeshift intensive care units, field hospitals, Red Cross relief efforts, workers pushed beyond exhaustion, oxygen rationing. These are the consequences of the Premier's refusal to demonstrate any leadership to slow the spread of COVID-19 in our communities. And he knew this was coming based on AHS modeling that he refused to share with Albertans. Premier, if you knew that these soaring case numbers would plunge our seniors and our hospitals into crisis, why didn't you act sooner?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I did share AHS modeling with Albertans in a televised address in April of this year and was attacked for the NDP for doing so. They said I should have left it to the chief medical officer. Once again, they're more concerned about politicizing this. They'll attack us for doing A and then doing B. It's all about attacking. It's all about dividing. With respect to surgeries, Mr. Speaker, fewer surgeries have been cancelled in Alberta than any other province during the COVID era because we've been very carefully managing our healthcare resources.
Honourable member for Central Peace Notley.
Christmas is just around the corner, and despite the challenges we have faced this year, I think Albertans are getting into the Christmas spirit. I've seen lights popping up on houses across my constituency, people setting up Christmas trees, shopping for Christmas gifts, and kids out with their toboggans. While many things will be different this year, a change that Albertans can look forward to is the waiving of the fee to cut down your own Christmas tree. To the Minister, what made you decide to bring in changes that would free the trees?
The Honourable the Minister of Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry, I'm very proud to say that Albertans now have access to more than 87 million acres of public forests in Alberta. This will allow Albertans to go out and cut down the perfect Christmas tree because at the end of the day, trees belong to Albertans. This has been an incredibly challenging year and the holiday season will be no different. We hope these changes will bring a little Christmas magic to our homes and encourage Albertans to go out, start new traditions with their families.
The Honourable Member for Central Peace Notley.
Given that Christmas trees aren't the only thing that was freed this year, given that the changes brought forward by the Minister also allow Albertans to apply for a permit to collect firewood at no cost, and given that this will save Albertans money while preserving the sustainability of our forests, can the Minister please explain what this changes for Alberta and how much firewood they will be able to collect if this will impact the forest health?
The Honourable the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member is correct in saying that Albertans will also be able to go out and collect firewood for free. When going into our public forests, you're now able to collect up to 5 cubic meters or approximately 3 regular truck beds of firewood. However, to avoid getting on Santa's naughty list, Albertans will still need to apply for the personal use forest products permit. Maintaining the permit process ensures that our forests are being harvested in a sustainable way.
The Honourable Member.
Given that going out and searching for the perfect Christmas tree is a time-honoured tradition that thousands of Albertans participate in every year, and given that Albertans will now be able to go out and cut their own tree down and collect firewood for free, how much will this save Albertans every year, and do you think this will increase the number of families participating in this great tradition?
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unwrapping the red tape on Christmas trees will save Albertans $100,000 this year, but that isn't the only benefit. If COVID-19 has taught us anything, it's how important family is. That we can now go out with our families, find the perfect Christmas tree in a way that is safe, will create memories for a lifetime. I think we'll see many new traditions being started this Christmas, and I encourage Albertans to go out and enjoy our forests as one of them.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View is next.
The UCP continues to try and pit the economy against public health. But most economists agree that if we don't get the virus under control, the virus will destroy our economy. Economist Trevor Tombe highlighted that provinces with the highest job losses also have the highest number of COVID cases. According to his data, Alberta had the highest job losses last month and the highest number of COVID cases. Will the government finally admit that their inability to get the virus under control is costing Albertans jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Right now, we had about 70% of the people back to work, Mr. Speaker, that lost their jobs from this pandemic. About 250,000 people are back in the workforce right now, Mr. Speaker. And we want to thank all of those small business owners for everything that they've done, putting in place protective equipment, Mr. Speaker, for their employees, the plexiglass that they've done, the hand sanitizer, all of the steps that they've done to make sure that they can operate their businesses safely, Mr. Speaker. And to the member opposite, why do they want to shut down so many businesses across Alberta, Mr. Speaker? We're trying to make sure we work responsibly, look at the data, look at everything in that light, Mr. Speaker, and work with the health officials to get this right.
For Calgary Mountain View.
Given the UCP's inability to control the virus led to the loss of 11,000 jobs last month, and given that Calgary and Edmonton have the highest unemployment rates among major Canadian cities, while the province's contact tracing system has collapsed with 85% of COVID cases having unknown origin, And given that confusing and contradictory measures are hurting consumer confidence, for the sake of jobs in our economy, will this government restore business and consumer confidence by fixing their broken contact tracing system, and when?
The Honourable the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, what we've done here in our province is we want to make sure we work with the small businesses, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that they have the right training, Mr. Speaker, in place, make sure they have the right information. That's what we're going to continue to do. That's why we put in place our relaunch grant, $200 million there for small businesses so that they can get through this pandemic, Mr. Speaker. There's a second tranche that we've recently announced of an additional $5,000 to support them, Mr. Speaker. We've also supported our tourism industry, which has been hampered, Mr. Speaker, by all these travel restrictions, with additional tourism levy abatement until the end of March, Mr. Speaker. That's an additional $10 million in the pockets of our tourism small businesses across Alberta.
Member.
Given, Mr. Speaker, that none of the measures mentioned had anything to do with getting the virus under control, and given that economist Trevor Tombe has said, quote, there can be no sustained economic recovery without controlling the virus, period. And given that the virus is now out of control, leading to thousands of job losses, a deeper economic crisis, and a longer recovery, and given that the UCP are now looking at bringing in field hospitals because our hospitals are already at capacity and they expect another surge of COVID patients, what signal does the government think that hospitals full of COVID patients sends to businesses considering moving to this province?
Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I hope that member has a chance to apologize to this Assembly here in short order, Mr. Speaker. Having field hospitals, Mr. Speaker, is something as a contingency plan for a worst-case scenario. When will that member apologize? That's the responsible thing to do. They would attack us if we didn't have them. They'll attack us if we do, Mr. Speaker. Completely irresponsible, the NDP, to continually do this. Ontario has them. BC has them, Mr. Speaker. This is what you do to plan for the future responsibly to keep people safe and healthy. We're going to make sure we protect lives and livelihoods, Mr. Speaker. Shame on the NDP for continuing to do this, Mr. Speaker. It's irresponsible and it's wrong.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Buffalo.
Calgary hospitals are overwhelmed because this government is failing to manage the pandemic. We have new outbreaks at Calgary's South Health Campus and the Tom Baker Cancer Centre. Over the past month, every single Calgary hospital has had an outbreak as this pandemic spirals out of control. And what is this government's solution to the crisis facing Calgary acute care facilities? It's securing field hospitals instead of getting this virus under control. To the Minister of Health, Calgary is in crisis mode. When will you step up and get this virus out of hospitals?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, that isn't true. Of course, AHS already has a field tent in the parking lot of the Peter Lougheed Centre, and of course they have procured other tents, Mr. Speaker, as they might be required throughout the response to the pandemic. It's like a contingency plan. It's not included in the current forecast, but of course it's prudent planning for AHS to be able to continue to do that, to make sure not only are they able to respond to what's forecast right now, but anything additional to that in the future.
Member for Calgary-Buffalo.
Given that Calgary added 759 new COVID cases in the past 24 hours, and those new cases will be showing up in hospitals in the days and weeks to come, and given that Calgary hospitals are already being told to ration oxygen, and given that the frontline healthcare workers are exhausted and struggling to cope, as local leaders beg this Minister of Health to take serious action, to the Minister of Health, when will you get this virus under control, take the pandemic seriously, and prevent a collapse of Calgary's hospital system?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
It's irresponsible and it's fear-mongering, Mr. Speaker. Our plan began in spring. It included a plan that was worth approximately $2 billion is what we have provided to AHS and our continuing care providers. The strategies that we've implemented, that we're in consultation with AHS and our continuing care providers, it's quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, totally irresponsible for the member opposite to be saying that our hospitals remain safe, they remain open. We are going to make sure that every Albertan who requires critical care is going to get the care that they need.
Given that the only people I've seen endorsing the government's horrendous pandemic response are the Premier, the Minister, and a few members of the UCP caucus who struggled to comprehend the seriousness of COVID-19, and given that this Minister was on national news this weekend and claimed his approach is working for Alberta. And given the Mayor of Calgary thinks he's wrong, and so do countless frontline healthcare workers and infectious disease specialists to the Minister, why don't you prove that you've done everything you can, publish all of Dr. Hinshaw's recommendations?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
This is going back to a conversation that we had with the honourable members opposite weeks ago when they had questions about Dr. Hinshaw's involvement. Dr. Hinshaw is involved in the drafting of all the recommendations that come to the COVID Cabinet Committee and all of the measures that are implemented by government and by Dr. Hinshaw herself. She's included in all of the discussions that happen at the Cabinet COVID Committee. We're going to continue to listen to her feedback and continue to get those recommendations and understand from our public health officials, based on the data, what further measures might be required.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few short weeks ago, our government established additional new restrictions in response to the rising cases of COVID-19 in our province. As we get closer to the holidays, many Albertans are concerned over just how different this year's celebrations will be. Christmas is only one such holiday celebrated by Albertans this December and January. Given that many holiday traditions are celebrated in large groups of families and friends, and given that we are currently under province-wide public health emergency, to the Minister of Health, how can Albertans fulfill Christmas traditions while still adhering to provincial health mandates?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and many people across the province are starting to plan for the holiday season. Last week, Dr. Hinshaw encouraged all Albertans to begin preparing for a much different holiday season and to start thinking of creative new ways to celebrate safely, as we did with Easter and Thanksgiving, as well as many other holidays throughout the year. We've seen past holidays, as I said, lead to increases in cases and outbreaks, as one case can quickly spread to many. For example, Thanksgiving gatherings were an accelerator of spread, and the impacts are still being felt. If making holiday plans, limit contact with anyone outside your household as much as possible, and any larger get-togethers should be done virtually.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Santa Claus has been bringing joy to children and families for many generations now by delivering presents on the night of Christmas Eve. Given that this year's Christmas will be different due to the COVID-19 pandemic and various health mandates in the province, and given that Santa will be delivering presents as he always does every year, and will be stopping at approximately 1.5 million households in Alberta, to the Minister of Health, what precautions should Santa Claus be taking before and after entering Albertans' homes this Christmas Eve to avoid spreading COVID-19, and how many pairs of latex gloves, black, size medium, will be required?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we said from the beginning of the pandemic, it's imperative that everybody follow all public health advice, and it would include anybody else who's traveling on Christmas that day. That includes practicing good hygiene, staying at home if you're feeling sick, washing and sanitizing your hands often, covering your coughs and sneezes, avoiding touching your face, keeping physical distancing. And look, as Albertans start to plan for the holiday season, we must all find creative ways to celebrate safely, and we all have the power to collectively bend the curve, and it will take all of us to do so, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for allowing Santa to come this year. For many Albertan businesses, they do not have the luxury of vast teams of elves to help them make ends meet and fulfill their bottom lines for the year. As 2020 draws to a close and 2021 approaches, Alberta businesses have been dashing through the snow, but not laughing all the way. To the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation, what supports are in place to make spirits bright for businesses this Christmas season, and what supports will be in place for a happy new year?
The Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for that question. I want to say Merry Christmas to that member, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of our government, when it comes to supports for small businesses, we've done a second round of our relaunch grant, Mr. Speaker, an additional $5,000 that's available to small businesses that have been impacted by recent health measures, Mr. Speaker. We've also done a tourism levy abatement to help support our tourism industry. That'll be supports of up to about $10 million over the next 3 months. Mr. Speaker, we're going to be there for our small businesses, and if further steps are required to support them to get through this pandemic, Mr. Speaker, this government will take action.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Glenora.
Almost 1,000 Alberta schools have sent home notices of COVID-19 cases, and 2/3 of those notices have been sent in the last 2 weeks. This government chose to spend $4.7 billion on a handout to profitable corporations instead of acting to limit class sizes to keep students and staff safe. Now, hundreds of thousands of students have been forced out of the classroom because the government made a terrible decision. When will the Minister of Education take responsibility and act to reduce close contacts in schools by reducing class sizes?
The Honourable Member for Children's Services.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Education, I do want to reiterate that we remain committed to providing students and staff with the resources they need to ensure a safe school year. And I do want to first and foremost thank all of the teachers, staff, and administrators who have done an exceptional job in coming together with school division partners and with the Ministry of Education to ensure a safe re-entry back to school. I do want to point out, Mr. Speaker, that taxpayers have funded $10 million in PPE for students and staff, which purchased 1.6 million reusable masks and 466,000 liters of hand sanitizer.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Glenora.
Given that the government also cut $128 million not long before that, and given that even after students in grades 7 through 12 have been forced to abandon their classrooms, students in kindergarten through grade 6 continue to get COVID. And given that AHS has abandoned contact tracing for schools, this work has fallen onto principals and teachers who are already massively overworked trying to keep students safe. Why is the Minister forcing Alberta teachers and principals to be healthcare workers, infectious disease specialists, and educators all at the same time?
The Honourable Minister of Children's Services.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite knows that that is not true. In fact, less than 1% of staff and students have active cases of COVID-19. Students and staff continue to be safe now as they were in September in school, unlike the NDP, who had an outrageous plan that was unrealistic, both in terms of space and dollars. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with education partners to keep students and staff safe, and these new measures are part of a province-wide effort to slow community transition, Mr. Speaker, as we've said in this House, and the upcoming Christmas break presents an opportunity to do that.
For Edmonton Glenora.
Given that the government should know that 998 letters have gone home to parents from various schools throughout the province saying that there's COVID in schools, and given that the Education Minister went to hiding from the beginning of the school year as her reckless cuts proved to be unsafe when they started, and given that she's hiding from Alberta families once again after hundreds of thousands of students have been forced out of their classrooms by her failure to cap class sizes and limit close contacts, when will the Minister of Education take some responsibility and stand in this place and put the required resources into school budgets and answer for her terrible mistakes?
The Honourable Minister of Children's Services.
Mr. Speaker, the one thing that has become evident time and time again is that the member's opposite would rather play politics during a pandemic than ask real, transparent questions. The member opposite knows full well, as did the member from Edmonton Riverview last week when she asked a similar question of me in this House. They know full well why we are limited to the number of people who are in this place at a time to adhere to the guidelines put forward and to keep us all safe in this House during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Honourable Member for Edmonton McClung.
Mr. Speaker, I'm absolutely stunned at the UCP government's incompetence. Their indecisiveness, empty promises, and their total inactions speak volumes. Alberta's beef industry felt the toll of COVID-19 early on in the pandemic. 4 workers died at the Cargill and JBS plants in High River and Brooks, and thousands more became sick. To the Minister of Agriculture, we cannot risk more workers getting sick. Furthermore, you have a duty to keep them safe. You failed at Cargill and JBS. What will you do to address these new outbreaks in Alberta's feedlot alley? Please be specific.
The Honourable Minister of Finance and the President of Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And folks on this side of the House are incredibly proud of our agriculture industry and the cattle and beef industries specifically. Mr. Speaker, we know, firstly, that our large processing plants have put measures in place. They're continuing to operate very safely right now. They're continuing to provide thousands of Albertans job opportunities and continuing to provide high-quality beef products for Albertans and for consumers around the world. Mr. Speaker, I have every confidence in the measures that Alberta agriculture's industry has implemented.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton McClung.
Given that, Mr. Speaker, my question dealt with feedlot operations, not packing plants, given that because of new outbreaks in feedlot operations, feedlot operators in Canada are reporting losing $500,000 per day as they pay to feed and retain cattle that normally would be ready to ship off to slaughterhouses. And given that the Minister must ensure our food supply is running efficiently and that our status as a world-class supplier of beef must remain intact, and given that the outbreaks at Cargill and JBS hurt Alberta's reputation, and it was this Minister who claimed conditions
indications and those plans were safe when clearly they were not. The Minister of Agriculture, what specific measures are you providing to feedlot operators?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance and the President of Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud of the measures that tens of thousands of Alberta farmers and ranchers have put in place to slow the spread and stop the spread of COVID in their operations, Mr. Speaker. We know that supply chains were disrupted earlier this year, and that's why the Minister of Agriculture implemented the Fed Cattle Set-Aside program, Mr. Speaker. That program compensated feedlot producers to set aside cattle that were market-ready but couldn't get to market because of the backlog, Mr. Speaker. I have full confidence in the Minister to continue to work with the industry.
The Honourable Member.
Given this government keeps using the economy as an excuse for their lack of action, and given they don't seem to understand that a healthy economy needs healthy people, and given that this government is stripping away worker protections in this legislative sitting through their horrendous Bill 47, and given that this minister doesn't seem to have the answers to my previous questions, to the minister, will you at least push on your colleague, the Minister of Labour, to withdraw his horrendous legislation to harm workers' rights? It's the least you can do.
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, at a time when this province desperately needs to see job creation, desperately needs to create opportunity for Alberta workers to find jobs, the members opposite attack employers. Mr. Speaker, they did that when they were in office. They raised business taxes by 20%. They brought in egregious labour laws, Mr. Speaker. They did everything to undermine the competitiveness of Alberta employers. Mr. Speaker, we are positioning this province to attract investment, create jobs and opportunities for all Albertans.
Well, the member for Drumheller-Stettler.
The Federal Finance Minister presented Canada's fiscal update. Her fiscal update only allocates 20% of the fiscal stabilization that our province was hoping to receive this year. Given that, Alberta's current economic downturn is the worst since the 30s, meaning that if Alberta ever needed fiscal stabilization, it would be now. To the Minister of Finance, what is our government doing to respond to the disappointing announcements made last week regarding fiscal stabilization changes?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance, President of Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The modified cap announced by the Federal Minister of Finance simply didn't go far enough to correct the problems with the fiscal stabilization program. And Mr. Speaker, premiers from every province and territory have endorsed removal of the caps and applying that retroactively, Mr. Speaker. We call on Ottawa to retroactively remove the caps, Mr. Speaker, in compliance with the wishes of all provinces and territories.
Stettler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that it's no secret, Alberta needs and requires RPM to advocate on behalf of projects like Keystone and Complete TMX. And given that many Albertans feel our economy is under threat by the federal government and that this was highlighted by Trudeau's throne speech, as the Premier said recently, this is not Albertans getting out a begging bowl. We don't look for welfare as a province, we look for fairness. To the same minister, what does fairness look like when it comes to equalization and fiscal stabilization?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, President of Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The failure of fiscal stabilization to adequately address Alberta's severe revenue losses during the recent recession, while the country continued to benefit from Alberta's large net fiscal contributions, constitutes a serious failure of fiscal federalism. A fair system of fiscal stabilization would see Alberta receive adequate compensation for the challenges our province has been experiencing with retroactive payments now totaling $4.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, this is not a large ask, given that Alberta has contributed nearly $100 billion in the last 10 years.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that Rick Bell questioned in his recent article in the Federal Fiscal Update, will the day come when Alberta is taken seriously and not be brushed off as a colony, important only because it ships billions every year to others in Canada? And given that our province gives about $20 billion a year more to the rest of Canada than we get back, to the Minister of Finance, how will Alberta make it clear to Ottawa that the fiscal reckoning we face is serious and cannot just be brushed off?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member for the question. The Fair Deal panel consulted with Albertans on strategies to secure a fair deal in the Federation and advance our vital economic interests. We're proceeding with a number of their recommendations, all of which assert increased independence within Confederation, including holding a referendum on equalization reform. Mr. Speaker, Albertans will have the opportunity to vote on equalization this fall.
Member for Edmonton Manning and the official opposition House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Late last week, we learned that this government has denied the request for the Chief Electoral Officer for a 4-month extension to a year-long investigation that we suspect is tied to the UCP leadership contest and kamikaze candidate Jeff Callaway. Now, we've all learned the former Justice Minister and the Premier claimed they didn't want to interfere in investigations, that they respected the independence of investigations. So to the Minister of Justice, why did you not approve an extension for this investigation? What are you hiding, or who are you trying to protect?
The Minister of Justice and Solicitor General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alberta's Chief Electoral Office is independent of Alberta's government. Early in the pandemic, the government of Alberta provided an extension via a ministerial order recognizing the challenges. Elections Alberta was able to adapt to the changes posed by the pandemic, telling committee just last week that we now have the resources to complete this work.
The member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given I was asking why the extension wasn't granted, and given that attempting to interfere in an investigation is not new for the UCP since they fired the election commissioner after he issued over $200,000 in fines, and given that I was relieved to hear the Chief Electoral Officer talk about how he's redeployed resources to try to get this investigation completed, and given it will be the benefit to all Albertans to learn just how deep the corruption goes in the UCP and specifically into that contest that saw this Premier named the victor, will the Justice Minister reverse this unjust decision by granting Elections Alberta the extension? Why won't he let the independent investigators investigate?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, it is irresponsible for the NDP to be suggesting that this government is interfering with an independent body's investigation. The blunt truth, Mr. Speaker, is that the Chief Electoral Officer have got independence and have got the resources that he needs to complete this investigation. And I am not going to, yes, we have granted an extension, and I am confident that the Chief Electoral Officer have got the resources that they need to perform their job.
The Honourable the member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given I'm asking about the extension for the investigation that was requested for 4 months, and given the UCP hasn't shown that they can't be trusted when it comes to upholding Alberta's elections, integrities, and laws, and given that the UCP has shown that they are not above interfering directly in an investigation to protect themselves or their friends, will the Justice Minister commit that he and the entire Cabinet will recuse themselves from any interference on any Election Canada or Election Alberta investigation? Or is that too much to ask of this government to recuse themselves?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, these are the sort of baseless accusations that we hear from the NDP in this particular House. And that is why they have filed all kinds of baseless allegations with the Office of the Chief Ethics Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, I am confident that the Chief Electoral Officer have got the time and the resources that they need to complete their investigation, and I will not be lectured by the members opposite.
Order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood is the only one to call.
Yesterday, we mourned as we reflected on the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women and the 14 women murdered at École Polytechnique in Montreal 31 years ago. Today, we must recommit to ending violence in all forms. In Alberta, the Family Violence Death Review Committee reviews all incidents of family violence deaths related to intimate partner violence. This is difficult but critical work if we are to learn and to prevent such violence in the future. However, the UCP has not responded to any of the committee reports since it took power in 2019. To the Minister of Community and Social Services, why has your government not responded, and do you plan to respond soon?
The Honourable the Minister of Children's Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank the member opposite for the question. I do believe we were both at the same virtual event hosted by the YWCA Edmonton on Friday in support of this very important cause and remembering the lives of the 14 women who were murdered back in 1989, and it is a very clear reminder that we need to continue action. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the Family Violence Death Review Committee, there were 189 family violence-related deaths in Alberta between 2008 and 2018. In relation to the minister or to the member opposite specific question, I am happy to get that specific answer and look back.
Member.
UCP has repeatedly stated that taking action on violence is a priority. They passed Clare's Law, which allows people at risk to find out if their intimate partner has a history of domestic violence. We supported this bill, but with the caveat that without resources in place for women leaving abusive situations like safe and affordable housing, access to affordable childcare, the legislation is meaningless. And given that COVID has highlighted just how critical these supports are, to the Minister of Status of Women, what actions have you taken to advocate for these supports? And can you also give us an update on the Clare's Law regulations?
The Honourable the Minister of Children's Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I do want to thank the member because this is an important question. In fact, as the member opposite stated, we did recently pass Alberta's version of Clare's Law to help people make informed choices about potentially harmful relationships. We continue to work with community partners to make sure those that are experiencing domestic violence have access to services and supports to help them rebuild their lives. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, through the time of, specifically to Budget 2020, this government provided $53.1 million to women's emergency shelters, and we continue to provide additional funding over the last...
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Given that we know that violence against women disproportionately impacts racialized women and in particular Indigenous women, and given that we know we cannot truly make progress on gender-based violence if we do not acknowledge the systemic racism and the historic and current barriers that Indigenous people face, and given that it's now been 18 months since the final report of the National Inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit people, to the Minister of Indigenous Relations, where is your government at with implementing the calls for justice contained in the report? And please be specific.
Children's Services.
Speaker, we do continue to remain invested in protecting our vulnerable Albertans in all communities, and that includes within Indigenous communities here in Alberta. We continue to take action by providing funding to shelters such as the Ermineskin Women's Shelter and the Awotan Healing Lodge to support Indigenous women and children fleeing family violence and abuse. Mr. Speaker, our partnership with Métis Settlements through our Family and Community Support Services program also provides funding for preventive social service programs, including programs that promote healthy relationships. I want to thank the member opposite for the very important questions today.
Member for Spruce Grove, Stony Plain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has had to take extraordinary steps in the last couple of weeks when we imposed strict measures that closed down recreational facilities and dance studios to reduce the spread of COVID-19. We have since changed these restrictions and will now allow dance studios to have individual studio time and training, and recreational facilities may operate at reduced capacity. But some businesses, such as indoor play centers, are not allowed to operate even at reduced capacity. To the Minister of Health, why has our government reduced restrictions for some businesses but left others closed down?
Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, we know that businesses have worked hard throughout the pandemic to follow the guidance in place and to protect their patrons and their staff. We made the decision to close specific businesses and entities that presented the greatest risk to people from different households congregating and transmitting COVID. While they are allowed to remain open, dance studios and fitness centers must follow strict rules to prevent people gathering. Indoor play centers involve widespread mixing and mingling of many individuals from various households. So we are monitoring the situation closely and will take additional steps if and when needed.
The Honourable Member for Spruce Grove, Stony Plain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his answer. Given that small business and restaurants across my riding of Spruce Grove, Stony Plain have reduced capacity restrictions, and given that these restrictions can potentially reduce profits for these businesses at a time when they are struggling and worried about going out of business, to the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation, what supports are we providing to small businesses and restaurants to help them weather this pandemic and the imposed restrictions?
Honourable the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Thank you to the member, and thank you for that question. You know what? We thank the small businesses across Alberta that have done everything possible to stay open, Mr. Speaker, keep people employed in their communities. We encourage all Albertans to support their local businesses, support their local restaurants, takeout, Mr. Speaker, whatever you can do to support those businesses, keep them functioning. From supports, Mr. Speaker, we've done a second tranche of our relaunch grant, another $5,000 for small businesses that have been impacted by recent health orders, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to listen to small businesses, and if further steps are required, Mr. Speaker, we'll take action.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that I've spoken to many constituents in my riding of Spruce Grove, Stony Plain, who are concerned that we are leaving casinos open, yet closing schools early, and given that many of these concerns are coming from constituents who think that we are putting the priorities of large businesses above our children's education and mental health, to the Minister of Health, can you please explain the rationale for why casinos have been left open while schools are being closed early and a holiday break extended?
Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And these are very different locations with unique challenges in limiting the spread of COVID. While we have been able to manage COVID in our schools well, quarantine and health requirements have affected staffing, which in turn has placed challenges on the quality of learning. This is why we shifted some students to at-home learning. And the safety and the well-being of our staff and students continues to be our #1 priority. We continue to closely watch the situation, and we will take additional action as required.
The Honourable Member for Drayton Valley Devon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the election, we committed to pausing the NDP's closed-door curriculum review and promised to be open and transparent about the renewing of the kindergarten to grade 12 curriculum. Recently, Alberta Education published a website that furthers this commitment to transparency, and in a recent column, David Staples wrote, "We've never before had this level of transparency and accountability with the curriculum." Can the Minister of Education explain what information can be found on this new website?
The Honourable Minister of Children's Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We made a commitment to Albertans to be open and transparent about the curriculum development process, and we are delivering on that promise. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Education has published a website where Albertans can find detailed information about the review process, how curriculum is being developed, and who is working on it. Once the members of the curriculum working group have been selected, which I believe much of them or many of them have been, their names will be published on this website. I do encourage all interested Albertans, Mr. Speaker, to go to alberta.ca/curriculum-development to learn more.
The Honourable Member for Drayton Valley Devon.
Thank you, Minister. Given that the NDP believe that radical groups like Extinction Rebellion should be in our classrooms, shaming many students' parents that work in our energy industry, both in my constituency and across Alberta, and given that the members opposite believe that one of the goals of the curriculum should be to turn students into effective agents of change, and given that the NDP refused to disclose who was working on their curriculum to the Minister, can you please explain the benefit of having a transparent curriculum website?
The Honourable the Minister of Children's Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When the members opposite were in government, they worked tirelessly to hide the membership of their curriculum working groups from the public. Mr. Speaker, Albertans elected us to pause those closed-door secretive curriculum review, and that is exactly what we're doing. Mr. Speaker, we committed to taking ideology out of the classroom, not putting it in. And Mr. Speaker, recently an Edmonton Journal column stated that, quote, "This level of transparency is a critical improvement, and we will continue to be transparent with Albertans."
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the K-12 curriculum is an important topic to Albertans and the future of our province, and given that despite the challenges of COVID-19, Alberta Education is moving forward with renewing the curriculum as we promised during the election. To the Minister, can you please explain to the House what the next steps are in the curriculum review and when Albertans can expect to see a draft K-6 curriculum?
Minister of Children's Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to provide a response on behalf of our colleague, the Minister of Education. The K-6 curriculum is being refined to align with the ministerial order on student learning that was released back in August. This week, Mr. Speaker, the draft K-6 curriculum will go forward to the curriculum working groups, which will consist solely of teachers for further review and refinement. Mr. Speaker, we'll also begin engaging with academics and education system partners in this work. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, in early 2021, we'll be releasing the draft for public input so parents and all Albertans can review it prior to piloting in September 2021.
Honourable members, this concludes the time allotted for oral question period. In 30 seconds or less, we will return to member statements. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Pagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to speak about the final permit approval for Enbridge Energy's Line 3 pipeline. This is a huge milestone for this province and the hard-working Albertans that the oil and gas industry employs. Now, more than ever, the world needs oil and gas from Alberta. Alberta produces the most ethical oil and gas in the world, and that is something everyone in this country should want more of. Mr. Speaker, there were several reasons I decided to run to represent the constituents of Calgary Pagan, and one of the biggest reasons was my dismay at the complete lack of support the, at the time, NDP government had for pipelines and for Alberta's oil and gas industry. I spent almost 20 years of my career in the oil and gas industry, and I am so proud to have worked in an industry that has the highest standards in the world for clean, safe, ethical operations, reclamation, and human rights standards. And this party would champion that. The truth, Mr. Speaker, is that we could not live in a world without oil and gas. It is one of the largest industries in the country and the most ethically produced in the world. The Enbridge Line 3 approval means that once capacity returns to 760,000 barrels a day, our province's takeaway capacity will increase by 370,000 barrels per day. Given that the current pipeline was built in the 1960s, it reportedly is only pushing half of its original capacity. Alberta has and will always be a stable, secure, and responsible energy provider to our neighbouring countries, and this project will continue that. I am exceedingly proud of this industry, and I cannot wait to see the many benefits this project will bring to our province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports by standing and special committees. Presenting petitions. Notices of motions.
The Honourable, are you providing a notice of motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brooks Medicine Hat.
I rise to give oral notice of Private Members Bill 211, sponsored by myself, entitled the Municipal Government Firearms Amendment Act.
The Honourable Minister of Energy and Deputy Government House Leader has an oral notice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give oral notice of 8 government motions, all sponsored by the Minister of Environment and Parks. First is Government Motion 53. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 35, Tax Statutes Creating Jobs and Driving Innovation Amendment Act 2020 is resumed, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in Committee of the Whole, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith. Government Motion 54. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 35, Tax Statutes Creating Jobs and Driving Innovation Amendment Act 2020 is resumed, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in third reading, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith. Government Motion 55. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 46, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, number 2, is resumed, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in Committee of the Whole, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith. Government Motion 56. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 46, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, number 2, is resumed, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in third reading, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith. Government Motion 57. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 47, Ensuring Safety and Cutting Red Tape Act 2020, is resumed, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in Committee of the Whole, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith. Government Motion 58. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 47, Ensuring Safety and Cutting Red Tape Act 2020, is resumed, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in third reading, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith. Government Motion 59. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 48, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020, number 2, is resumed, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in Committee of the Whole, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith. And finally, I rise to give oral notice of Government Motion 60. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 48, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2020, number 2, is resumed, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in third reading, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith.
Introduction of bills.
The honourable member for Red Deer South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to request leave to introduce a bill, Bill 209, Cost of Public Services Transparency Act. Mr. Speaker, the McKinnon report found Alberta has one of the highest per capita costs of public services in Canada. This high cost structure has resulted in multi-billion structural deficits threatening these services, including for our children. Mr. Speaker, this bill provides transparency for Albertans on the per capita costs of key public services such as healthcare, education, and municipal operating expenses. Mr. Speaker, this bill will increase taxpayer literacy, and increased taxpayer literacy will result in greater accountability for public service providers and their governments. In these challenging times, Alberta families and individuals want to trust their government institutions are spending their money carefully and respectfully. This bill will help build trust. In closing, I invite my friends in our government to adopt the principles and concepts in this bill in a shared desire to serve as careful and respectful stewards of taxpayer dollars, striving for a selfless culture of excellence, accountable to serve the public interest. Thank you.
Honourable members, the member for Red Deer South has moved first reading of Bill 209, Cost of Public Services Transparency Act. Does the Assembly agree to the motion for first reading? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 209, Cost of Public Services Transparency Act is now read a first time. Tabling returns and reports.
Are there tablings? Oh, the honourable member for Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just rise to table the requisite number of copies of a series of tweets by Dr. Darren Markland, who, as many folks in this chamber know, is an ICU doctor doing incredible work and very much raising the concerns of healthcare workers across this province, who we stand with and will continue to fight for. Thank you, Dr. Markland.
Are there others? The honourable member for Edmonton McClellan.
Thank you, Speaker. I rose in this House a day or two ago to advise of procedures taking place in long-term care centres whereby the sewage water would be tested to confirm there were outbreaks of COVID-19. And there are two articles, and I have the requisite number of each article to table.
Are there other tablings? Seeing none, the clerk.
Tablings to the clerk.
Honourable members, that brings us to orders of the day, orders du jour.
Under public bills and orders other than government bills and orders, motions for return. Motion for return number 8, debate adjourned. Mr. Sabir speaking.
The honourable member for Calgary McCall has 4 minutes remaining should he choose to do so. Sorry, was he closing debate? Okay. Having not seen him or having desired to do so, the honourable member was closing debate, and so as such I am prepared to call the question. All those in favour of motion return number 8 as moved by the honourable member for Calgary McCall on behalf of the honourable member for Edmonton City Centre, all those in favour please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the noes have it. That motion is defeated and a division has been called. Call in the members.
motion for return number 8. All those in favor, please stand.
Mr. Sauger, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Fian, Mr. Dack, Ms. Renault.
All those opposed, please stand.
The Honourable Mr. Panda, the Honourable Mrs. Savage, Honourable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Getson, Mr. Lowen, Ms. Rosen, Ms. Isaac, Mr. Ellis, Ms. Goodridge, Ms. Armstrong-Hominick, Mr. Turton, Mr. Newdorf, Ms. Furr, Ms. Glasgow, Mr. Long, Mr. Rain, and Mr. Singh.
Madam Speaker, total for the motion 5, total against 17.
Members that have been defeated.
Motions for return. Motion for a return number 9, Mr. Shepherd.
The honourable member for Edmonton McClung.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleased to rise this afternoon to speak to motion for return number 9, moved by myself on behalf of the member for Edmonton City Centre, that an order for the Assembly do issue for a return showing copies of all surveillance reports prepared by the Ministry of Health between May 1, 2014 and October 19, 2020, relating to the incidence of sexually transmitted infections and diseases in Alberta. Madam Speaker, I speak of a very serious public health matter when I bring forward motion for return number 9, something that's very germane to the conversations around Alberta today as we are immersed in the battle against COVID-19. And during that battle, other issues have, of course, gone below the surface. And one of them, one public conversation that we have had ongoing, and which I would like by this motion for a return to bring closer to the surface and engage Albertans in, is the debate and discussion over sexually transmitted diseases, in particular the infectious syphilis incidents in the province. It really hasn't been widely reported this year, perhaps, as I mentioned, due to COVID-19 and the ongoing opioid crisis, but Alberta has seen a very significant rise in sexually transmitted diseases and infections, and it's a serious public health matter. It is not only for those populations which are most pointedly part of the outbreaks and the incidence of the disease, but of course diseases are not discriminatory, Madam Speaker, and it's a pan-Alberta public health issue, so everybody shares his concern about the rise of infectious syphilis in Alberta, and the serious public health issue needs to be taken seriously. And the reason for this motion for return number 9, one of them is, of course, the dissemination of information and the revelation of the data around the infectious outbreak of infectious syphilis in the province. Because, Madam Speaker, without data, we cannot have a proper public debate. There is no proper public discussion of this serious public health issue, and it has seen a significant rise over the last 3 years in Alberta. We have seen spikes of syphilis like this before, most recently in 2008. And very tragically, Madam Speaker, some very serious consequences, especially for babies born with congenital syphilis, arise. It's a tragedy when this happens. I'll spare the House the details, but suffice it to say, the disease itself is awful and it can be deadly. It's also worth noting, Madam Speaker, that the Conservative government in 2008 attempted to cover up that outbreak, which led to the resignation of the Chief Medical Officer of Health at the time, Dr. Karen Grimsrud. So it begs the question, Madam Speaker, that we should be looking at the motions here for return and the data that they will bring forward, so that we are very, very cognizant of past practices by the Chief Medical Officer of Health at the time in 2008, who saw fit to hide data to cover up a deadly outbreak of infectious syphilis in 2008. And motion for return 9 that I'm bringing forward today on behalf of the member for Edmonton City Centre asked us to make sure that all possible public information is brought to light so that the consequences of this outbreak are widely known to the public, and that the public is behind every effort that the government should be making to ensure that these outbreaks are dealt with in the most expeditious manner, and involving education. In particular, Madam Speaker, education targeting those who are most affected by the outbreaks, but also keeping in mind that the outbreaks are subject to the possibility of affecting all of us. And anytime we have an infectious disease that is a threat to the lives of particular groups of Albertans, we know for a fact that it can break out of those particular population sectors into the wider population as well. So it's incumbent upon us to make sure we look at the data, read it correctly, and notwithstanding that it may be a taboo subject or a matter that certain populations don't want to talk about, it must be brought forward and it must be discussed openly with a view to ensuring that surveillance reports showing documents and trends that go back to 2014 that we are asking for allows us to paint the picture of the trends of the epidemiology of this insidious infection and this public health threat to all of us. As I said before, Madam Speaker, without data, we can have no debate, no proper discussion, no proper demand for government action to halt the spread of this horrific infectious syphilis disease. And now I'm aware that there are two annual reports, Madam Speaker, available through the Open Government website, the 2019 and 2020 editions. Notwithstanding that, what we are seeking, Madam Speaker, are the earlier reports and any documents that have been produced so far that include 2020 data. So to reiterate, we're looking for copies of all surveillance reports prepared by the Ministry of Health between May 1 and 2014 and October 19, 2020, relating to the incidence of sexually transmitted infections and diseases in Alberta. So we specifically want to see those trends from the earlier time frame moving forward to current for the opportunity to really clearly see the picture of the trends of and the epidemiology of infectious syphilis in the province of Alberta. The seriousness of this is sometimes lost, as many other things seem to get buried under the fight that we're in to combat COVID-19 in this province. Yet we still need to keep an eye on other elements of public health that deserve our attention, and this is one of them, Madam Speaker. It's the public debate, public awareness, and the encouragement to the government to have us as Albertans fully comprehend the outbreak that we've seen, to be willing to discuss about it openly without shame or fear or embarrassment. It's a public health issue. It's not a blame issue. We need an open dialogue about this common threat to significant portions of our Alberta population and to the people indeed who may end up being pregnant and carrying this disease. Those women possibly will end up bearing children who are born with the congenital syphilis. That is something we desperately want to avoid. So those populations who are greatest at risk can be identified by using the data that we are seeking under motion for return number 9, and that data will therefore inform the public debate and allow us to target public health measures and supports should the government see their ways clear to following through, which I hope they will, given the data before us that we are hoping to bring to light as a result of motion for return number 9, and make sure that those who are most affected by this outbreak and incidence of syphilis in our province are targeted as far as their public health is concerned and their health and treatment are concerned, but also to have the general public made widely aware as to the ultimate risk that we all face when a public threat, a disease such as syphilis is not dealt with properly. We need to know the data behind it, and as I said before, the disease does not discriminate. Everyone is potentially at risk, and it's incumbent upon us as legislators to ensure that the public is made widely aware of the risk that this insidious disease presents to us, and anyone could potentially be a victim of it. I'm sure that we all share the hope that this disease can be eliminated. We have done that with other diseases in the past in this province, Madam Speaker, and is something that is my sincere hope that we can do with syphilis. It's something that is within our grasp, and with the right public health measures, with the right data, with the right targeting, with the right focus, and with the will of this government to make that a priority, this insidious disease can become a thing of the past, or at least be made to be dwindled to the smallest possible numbers, and we will avoid seeing the spikes that we have seen in the most recent past of this disease. So with that, I move motion for return number 9 on behalf of the member for Edmonton City Centre, and respectfully ask the support of other members of this Assembly.
Any other members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Lac-La-Biche.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today and speak to the motion for return number 9 that had been moved by the member for Edmonton City Centre. The motion is as follows: that an order of the Assembly do issue for a return showing copies of all surveillance reports prepared by the Ministry of Health between May 1st, 2014 and October 19th, 2020, relating to the incidence of sexually transmitted infections and diseases in Alberta. I'm a little curious as to why the members opposite would choose to bring forward this motion, especially knowing that this information is actually publicly available online. The member will be pleased to know that this information can easily be accessed by taking the following steps. Visit alberta.ca, then click on the drop-down menu, All Services, and select Health. Once you're on the Health page, you can select Health Data, Research and Standards, and then you click on the Interactive Health Data page, which describes health data and statistics on various health topics, demographics, mortality, diseases, and more in data table, dashboard, or map formats. I think this is really important, and it's great to see the Ministry of Health having so much information so readily available, because sexually transmitted infections and diseases are a very important thing to study so that people can be prepared. And the Interactive Health Data Application, or the IHDA website, has all of the information that the member for Edmonton City Centre is looking for. And actually, I would assume a lot more. Madam Speaker, sorry. I find it really confusing that the member would seek to direct the Ministry of Health to obtain this information that they could very easily access themselves. And this would undoubtedly be a very poor use of government resources. It would also duplicate efforts that the ministry has already undertaken to provide health data and statistics, not only to the members opposite, but to all Albertans. And like I said before, information that is so easily accessible and available at our fingertips. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the NDP is asking for 6 years' worth of data from the Ministry of Health, beginning in May 2014, all the way through till October 2020. Again, as I've said, this information is already available online, although I do find it odd that they want records that date back to the time from when they were in government, from 2015 to 2019. Perhaps the members opposite or the member for Edmonton City Centre can shed some light as to why they are looking for information from back when they were in government. I would argue that the motion for return number 9 would have been a poor use of government resources, even long before the pandemic hit this province. However, given the enormous pressure on the Ministry of Health as they work to address COVID-19, this request seems even more unreasonable. And I'm sure members opposite would agree that the ministry's time could be much better spent working on Alberta's pandemic response. The reason we're against this motion for return is that the information is already so readily and easily accessible through the Interactive Health Data Application website, and I gave a brief description as to how everybody that is tuning in here today or in this chamber can look at all of that health data. And the data contains a variety of information on the health status and determinations of health. You can find information such as demographics, mortality, and chronic diseases and generally. You can also find information that the member for Edmonton City Centre is looking for on infectious diseases within our province. In fact, the information, you can even break it down by region, which I found really interesting when I picked up the website. You can look at it in our 5 different health zones in Alberta: South, Calgary, Central, Edmonton, and North Zone. It can also be broken down by age groups, year, and different types of diseases. Information is also available annually, as I mentioned, or quarterly, and the annual reporting allows you to access data as far back as 2000. Again, Madam Speaker, what I'm describing here is the excellent work that's being done by the officials in the Ministry of Health and all that they have done to make health information accessible to not just those in this chamber, but to all Albertans. And the detailed information is available online and can be accessed quite easily. I did it actually before coming into this chamber. And this type of data is incredibly important to ensure that we can identify and understand trends, better respond to the health needs of Albertans. And I would strongly urge all members of this Assembly to vote against this, because it would, as I said, it would be a very poor use of government resources, given that this information is publicly available. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any other members wishing to speak to motion for return number 9? The Honourable Member for Lac St. Anne Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and just unmasking here so we can take care of this very important business. So motion for return number 9. As my colleague from Fort McMurray, Lac La Biche just spoke, I too am opposed against this. I believe it's better allocation of resources can be served by the House and by the Department to work on the pressing needs and the items that we have. I do also find it interesting, though, that the member of City Centre is asking for records that were available during their time. If he's looking for items prior to when we were elected, obviously the website is available, as my colleague pointed out, but also there was another member from Edmonton and Glenora. I believe she was actually the health minister at that time, so that might have been beneficial to bump into her in the hallway and have that discussion. I will, though, for the edification for the record, for the folks out there that are watching at home and for those that are still in the opposition side with us in the chamber, there is a site, and it's www.ahw.gov.ab.ca IHDA retrieval / and then a period. So again, I believe if you go back to that site, you should be able to find the information that you're looking for there. So with that, Madam Speaker, I encourage all MLAs to vote against this motion to return, since the information is readily available and the Health Minister his department's obviously really busy with more important matters at this time. Not that the issue isn't important, but the access to information is readily available. Thank you.
Any other members wishing to join the debates? Motion for return number 9. Seeing none, I will call the question on motion for return number 9 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. It appears to be defeated. A division has been called. Ring the bells. return number 9 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre. All those in favour, please stand.
Mr. Xavier, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Fian, Ms. Renault.
All those opposed, please stand.
The Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mrs. Savage, Mr. Getson, Mr. Lowen, Ms. Isaac, Mr. Ellis, Ms. Goodridge, Ms. Armstrong-Humanock, Mr. Turton, Mr. Newdorf, Ms. Furr, Ms. Glasgow, Mr. Long, Mr. Rain, and Mr. Singh.
Madam Speaker, total for the motion 4, total against 15.
Honourable members, that is defeated.
Motions for return. Motions for return number 10, Ms. Goring.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to move motion for return number 10 on behalf of the member for Edmonton Castle Downs. And the motion reads that an order of the Assembly do issue for return showing a list of, oh, I'm sorry, I think I'm on the incorrect one. I am too. I'm sorry, I'm motion for return number 10. That an order of the Assembly do issue for return copies of all documents, including tables and graphs prepared between April 16, 2019 and August 15, 2019, containing or relating to the projections and forecasts used by the government to determine the effect of the corporate tax reduction on government revenue.
I think you may have a different copy of motion for return
10?
number 10.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me read it.
Wonderful. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. My apologies, Madam Speaker. Motion for return 10. Moving on behalf of Member Goring, that an order of the Assembly do issue for a return showing a list of screen-based production grant recipients and the total dollar amount approved for those grants in fiscal year 2019 or 2018-19, broken down by fiscal quarter. Let's get organized here. So in the beginning of the budget, the minister claimed that their new program would be beneficial to the sector. Yet throughout estimates in the fall of 2019, we heard from the sector the new program was lacking. I think that particularly the member for Edmonton Castle Downs has, through member statements and questions in this chamber, highlighted the need for additional information. So this is an opportunity for the government, in my opinion, to provide a baseline for the effectiveness and impact of the previous program for comparison with the new program. Now, it is one thing to stop an old program, introduce a new one, but it's quite another to evaluate its success. And so, like any good baseline, it would be helpful to see that information compared. So this information is something that we would expect the government to have prepared for the purposes of measuring effectiveness of a new program and tweaking if necessary. Now, I understand that this particular government isn't frequently or very often willing to admit that things could have been done a little better or that mistakes were made. But I think in the spirit of wanting to make things as effective as possible, government could realize that doing this work would ultimately benefit Albertans. So I know that the member for Edmonton Castle Downs has done a lot of work around consultation, and when artists were consulted on this policy, even before the pandemic, they informed us that the new program was indeed flawed. So we are simply looking for the provision of information on the previous program in the same manner that we would expect it to be provided for the department and minister's consideration. I think this would be one more step. I think we've certainly provided a number of different motions that would allow the government an opportunity to demonstrate some goodwill and transparency. If indeed they are committed to open dialogue with Albertans and sharing data that is current, that is accurate, to demonstrate why they believe going one direction is better than another, then by all means, I think this information would highlight that, or would certainly support their position at the very least. As I'm sure we're all in support of ensuring support for this sector in the most effective manner possible, I encourage all members to vote in favor of this motion. And I would just like to add that I think, as the pandemic has worn on month after month, we've certainly seen maybe not what we anticipated at the start, but we've certainly seen the number of sectors that have been just devastated, actually, because of, well, the different actions that have been required to try to mitigate some of this. And certainly this industry has really taken a beating. Just the very nature of the way that performances are done and the way people gather to do this kind of work, that I think this would go a long way to not only reassuring people about this is a better way to go, and here is the proof, here is the data, but it would also demonstrate a commitment to this sector to providing clear, transparent, accurate, and current information. So with that, Madam Speaker, I will urge all members of this House to vote in support of this motion for return. Thank you.
Any members wishing to join the debates on motion for return number 10, the Honourable Member for Spruce Grove, Stony Plain?
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an absolute pleasure to rise in the House today and speak to motion return 10, that an order of the Assembly do issue for a return showing a list of screen-based production grant recipients and the total dollar amount approved for those grants in the fiscal year of 2018-2019, broken down by fiscal quarter. Now, this morning I took a quick look at the screen-based production grant webpage, and which for reference is on www.alberta.ca, screen-based production grant. And on that web page, there's quite a bit of information regarding this grant, who's eligible, and how to apply. The screen-based production grant under the Alberta Media Fund supports the growth, sustainability, competitiveness, and business attraction of Alberta's screen-based production industry. This grant strives to accomplish this by promoting economic diversification and investment in this very important sector. It also helps develop industry professionals and to create jobs. Our film industry is expanding, and through investments such as the screen-based production grant, we are harnessing growing international interest in Alberta's film industry. This attracts investment and job creators from all over the world. And this is essential to support our local film companies who are creating Alberta content, which I know many of us enjoy on TV. Now, Madam Speaker, there's plenty of information publicly available online on the screen-based production grant webpage. That includes the information that the member is looking for. If it's already available online, I would ask, why would we use additional government and department resources to do the research for the member opposite in a similar manner that members of the public can access already? If the member opposite would like to find the information, I encourage the member to check out the previous grant recipients database. There, the member and all members of the public and all Albertans can find all the data on who received grants, how much funding a group received, and I would even suggest it would not be so hard to find the total dollar amount given out under the screen-based production grant. Now, in all seriousness, how can the opposition think it reasonable that taxpayer-funded civil servants take significant time out of their already busy days to use resources to compile a list of information that is already publicly available and readily accessible? The time of department officials would be much better spent focusing on Alberta's pandemic response and our economic recovery, which I think all members in this House deem to be of the utmost importance. Now, Madam Speaker, the screen-based production grant is a part of that economic recovery, and if the members opposite took a look at the previous grant recipients database, they would see that this grant is a part of supporting the film industry to diversify and recover our economy. We need our department staff to be part in this strategy to get Alberta back on track. We need them to be working with our partners in the industry, to be processing those applications, answering questions from applicants in the sector, and not answering the questions from opposite members who have the ability to do the work themselves. I encourage the opposition to take a look at the previous grant recipients database and find the information about the screen-based production grant. It isn't hard, and doing it yourself saves resources and time for department officials who are focused, dealing with the real present issues facing everyday Albertans. And again, Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate that this motion is asking for information that is already readily accessible online. Time, energy, and resources have already gone into this and making sure that this information is accessible to the public. The previous grant recipients database is readily accessible for the members opposite to find the information that they are looking for, and I welcome them to do so. Duplicating the ministry's efforts to compile this information would be a poor use of time and resources that would be better spent focusing on Alberta's pandemic response and economic recovery. Madam Speaker, I've outlined here the reasons why I oppose this motion, and I encourage all members of this House to vote this down. Thank you.
Here, here. Or any other members wishing to join debates on motion for return number 10? Seeing none, I will call the question on motion for return number... Oh, would the honourable member like to close debate? The honourable member for St. Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and close debate on motion for return 10 on behalf of my colleague for Edmonton Castle Downs. And although I appreciate the response from the member opposite about, all the information's there if you just go look for it. I'm having some difficulty finding that. However, I think the point is that to have an accurate comparison from one program to the next, from one fiscal year to the next, requires a little bit of time to pull together, and to suggest that Albertans just, search the database or search various websites. What we're asking for is just clear, transparent information so that Albertans can rest assured that when the government says, here's what we're doing, it's an improvement on what was done before, it'll sort of trigger this much economic activity, that Albertans can rest assured that that in fact is based on accurate information and data. And so instead of trying to brush the request away, as continues to happen this afternoon, I would suggest that members opposite consider the motion for what it is, and that's an attempt to provide clear, transparent information to Albertans who have, really lost a lot of trust and faith in this particular government. So perhaps use this as an opportunity to share information instead of hiding. Thank you. And with that, I urge my colleagues to vote for the motion.
Members, on motion for return number 10 as moved by the honourable member for St. Albert on behalf of the honourable member for Edmonton Castle Downs. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That appears to be defeated. A division has been called to ring the bells. decision has been called on motion for return number 10. All those in favor, please stand.
Mr. Sabu, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Fian, Mr. Dack, Ms. Renaud.
All those opposed, please stand.
The Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mrs. Savage, Mr. Getson, Mr. Lowen, Mr. Ellis, Ms. Goodridge, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Turton, Ms. Isaac, Mr. Newdorf, Ms. Furr, Ms. Glasgow, Mr. Long, Mr. Rain, and Mr. Singh.
Madam Speaker, total for the motion 5, total against 15.
Honourable members, that has been defeated.
Under motions for return, motion for return number 11, Member Phillips.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Goldbar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise on behalf of my friend from Lethbridge West to move the following motion that an order of the Assembly do issue for return showing copies of all documents, including tables and graphs, prepared between April 16th, 2019 and August 15th, 2019, containing or relating to the projections and forecasts used by the government to determine the effect of the corporate tax reduction on government revenue. I'm pleased to offer some arguments that I'm sure that the members from the UCP backbenches will find incredibly convincing, and I look forward to them voting in favor of this motion after I lay out a compelling and irrefutable argument. Now, we know from Freedom of Information requests that the civil service was far less optimistic about the job impacts of the $4.7 billion corporate giveaway than members of Executive Council were during the election campaign, and certainly in their comments with respect to passing that legislation in the House. And of course, we don't need to remind everybody that in the fiscal plan introduced in 2019, on page 144, it says clearly that the corporate giveaway would cost Albertans $4.7 billion, and yet cabinet ministers have tried to deny it. Now, if by voting in favor of this motion, of course, members of the House can hold members of Executive Council and specifically the Minister of Finance accountable for the words that he said in this House with respect to the corporate tax cut. Now, I don't need to remind members that the Minister of Finance and members of Executive Council have a little bit of a credibility deficit when it comes to stating numbers that are true with respect to their fiscal plans. I look back to the fiscal plan that was introduced in 2019. Of course, we all remember that that was introduced in October of 2019. That included this corporate giveaway, but it also included some deficit projections. And at that time, I think the deficit that the government was projecting was on the order of $8 billion. Pretty significant. And yet only 5 months later in March, we see the final, of course, the year end. We didn't actually see that until much later in the year, because, of course, the government doesn't usually produce its annual reports until the end of June, but for excuses related to the pandemic, the government committed to delaying that accountability to later in the year. But when we finally got the numbers from the government with respect to its deficit, of course the deficit had ballooned to $12 billion. They only missed it by 50%, Madam Speaker. So based on that track record alone, of course, I think it's natural to have some questions for the Minister of Finance when he makes statements regarding the accuracy of numbers in this House. With respect to deficit projections, of course, the 2019-2020 fiscal year wasn't the only one where deficit projections exploded. Of course, we see the same thing happening with the 2020-2021 budget. The initial deficit that the government introduced was much lower, on the order of, again, half of what we see the projected deficit being this year. $21 billion now is the projection. I think the initial projection that the government brought forward in the second round of the budget that they brought forward, because of course, because of COVID, they had to revise those numbers and then significantly alter the orders, the standing orders of the legislature, so that they could pass that in a quick manner. Anyway, so I think they had projected originally $10 billion, and now it's up to $21 billion, and we can't get a straight answer as to where that money is going. We can't get a straight answer with respect to how much the people of Alberta are on the hook with respect to the Keystone XL pipeline. The Minister of Energy and the Premier and the Minister of Finance, we've all asked them on a number of occasions, how much will the people of Alberta be expected to pay if that project doesn't go through, which is likely now that President-elect Biden is set to take the White House on January 20th. No answers, Madam Speaker. So it's natural for us to have some misgivings when it comes to the statements that we hear from the Finance Minister, the Premier, and other members of Executive Council with regard to the cost of particular initiatives. Now, from the economic data that we have collected that has been made public since this government first introduced its poorly thought out corporate giveaway, it shows that it hasn't worked, Madam Speaker. And now the government wants to blame all of the things that are happening in Alberta right now with respect to the economy on COVID, but I think it serves us all well to remind everybody that even prior to the pandemic, Alberta lost 50,000 jobs, and the economy shrank by 0.6%. That was well before the coronavirus began to pose a serious threat to the people of Alberta. And so based on that data alone, of course, Madam Speaker, we are curious to see what the government had to say with respect to the efficacy of these tax cuts, these tax giveaways that the government seems to be intent on ramming through. Now, we've heard, of course, some of the arguments that have been put forward by members of the UCP backbenches, dutifully doing the work of their masters in Executive Council, arguing for some reason against transparency, Madam Speaker. It is incredibly upsetting to me to have this old canard trotted out all the time, that we couldn't possibly, the civil service is so busy, they couldn't possibly spend the time it takes to gather the data that was needed to provide this information that is of the public, is in the public interest, Madam Speaker. And of course, every time they make that argument, they fail to recognize that there are staff whose sole job is to respond to these requests, Madam Speaker. So it's not as if we're going to be taking nurses out of COVID units to be collecting this kind of information, Madam Speaker. We're not going to be pulling doctors off the streets to collect documents from the Finance Minister's office to examine the efficacy of a corporate $4.7 billion corporate handout. So that doesn't hold any water, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to members of the UCP backbenches hopefully amending their speaking notes so that we don't have to listen to that tired argument again this afternoon. And now perhaps the members opposite will say, well, we had, the member, my friend from Lethbridge West, did actually get the FOIP documents. And I don't need to remind everybody that that was 4 blank pages. We could actually see what was written on these 4 pages if this motion for return were voted in favor of. It's well within the authority of Cabinet to waive Cabinet confidentiality if that's what's preventing the release of this information, and I encourage them to do so, Madam Speaker, because the people of Alberta will want to see what was the evidence and data that the government made this decision to give away $4.7 billion to the most profitable corporations in Alberta. What informed that decision? And certainly in these days, the people of Alberta are asking a lot of legitimate questions about the data and the evidence that members of Executive Council are using to make any of their decisions. And in fact, members of their own civil service are so concerned about this Executive Council's refusal to look at the evidence and data to make decisions that they're leaking confidential Cabinet discussions to the public to show how bad the situation is, how ideologically driven and so closed to the idea of data that they're...
Any other members wishing to speak to motion for return number 11, the honourable member for Lac St. Anne Parkland?
Yes, Madam Speaker, and thank you so much. And thank you to the member from Gold Bar. Honestly, I haven't had my dose of tall tales and revisionist history for some time. And I had to take the mask off. I would put some earplugs in to filter some of that out, but I really like to hear that solid story. Just stick to it, partner. Your speaking points haven't missed a beat yet. So when he isn't up in Zama Lake talking about how thick the mosquitoes are, that he can't see the man standing next to him for all that thickness of mosquitoes. It might have been something else that was thick up in Zama Lake that the member might have been stepping in. When he isn't talking about what's happening to parks, when he isn't scaring people about this scare, that scare, the health scare, this thing, he likes to jump to other points, which are his speaking points. So he wanted a member from this side to not use speaking points. You got your wish. The other thing that I'd like to talk about here, Madam Speaker, on motion 11, or sorry, MR 11, well, unlike the NDP, we didn't take 9 months to form government. We actually started getting to work right away because we actually had a plan. So if we did get voted in, Madam Speaker, that we'd actually go to work right away. Now, back in the day before COVID had hit, this is back in 2019, I got an email. So I hear the disdain coming from that member's voice all the time when it comes to backbenchers and what our roles are. Well, it's difficult for me to understand what that is and how much disdain that member really has as being a former cabinet minister until I look at an email from Robin Love. Well, she explains to us as new backbenchers of how they were treated as NDP backbenchers. They literally had no voice. And I can rest assured you, Madam Speaker, this government listens to us backbenchers. We're called private members. Private members that it included in lots of conversations here in this floor, and we get involved with the government. So I'm going to get back to the point here because I'm sure the member opposite from Gold Bar is going to light his hair on fire or maybe go see all those thick mosquitoes up in Zama. So I'll get back over to this. So I'd like to rise today in opposition to motion 11, return 11. So our government's committed to working with Alberta businesses to ensure they are contributing to our economy in the best way possible. Following up the promises made during our campaign last year, we pledged the general income tax. We'd cut that, help stimulate the economy. Well, again, Madam Speaker, it may seem an old phrase, we don't make promises we can't keep. Circumstances may change along the way, but this hasn't changed. The tax rates went up, we got to lower them down to be more competitive in these jurisdictions. So when we inherited this, it was a fiscal mess. And Albertans wanted a change, Madam Speaker, so that's why we're carrying on with this. And like I'd mentioned before, rather than taking 9 months to actually form government, we were in there right away working from day one. And one of those items was to reduce that tax rate down to 8%. So beginning last April, our government did all the necessary background work for that change. We implemented it in a timely manner. For the information of the member from Lethbridge West who had introduced this motion, and obviously the member from Gold Bar, there were other avenues to get this information other than through a motion to return. In other words, Madam Speaker, this would be incredibly time-consuming. And unlike that member saying that all these people are just sitting there waiting for their questions to come in, they're actually doing other work. It's not busy work. It's not like they're just sitting around waiting for questions to come in, that's their only job. Trust me, in this government, people are actually working. They're not just looking around at each other. And quite frankly, the bureaucracy loves it because busy hands, they're getting back to work doing the government's business and the business of the people, Madam Speaker. I feel like Happy Gilmore. I just want him to heckle a little bit more so I can catch more. It gives me that vim and vigor to keep going. As it stands, Alberta is still dealing with repercussions of COVID-19, the pandemic in our province and our economy. The request of this size brought up in this manner requires significant amount of time and resources to department to compile. This is time much better spent focusing on pandemic response and our recovery. The aptly named job creation tax cut put forth by our government last year is an investment in Alberta's future. As I said before, you can't tax your way to prosperity. And by reducing that corporate income tax rate from 12 to 10 in January this year and then down from 10 to 8 in July this year, we're creating an environment for businesses to create jobs, boost production, and it'll help rebuild our economy. Now, this tax cut is not a handout to corporations because you can't give something back that you haven't collected yet, Madam Speaker, and I know you understand that, and I'm going to say that again. You can't collect a big sum of money on something when you haven't taxed it in the first place because it hasn't been generated. And when you drive out business and you drive down that economy, you can put it at 100% tax if you have zero to collect. There's nothing there. Simple, simple. I know they'll call that trickle-down economics, but I can't speak freaky-deaky socialist to get a translation. Now, this tax cut's not a handout, as I mentioned. It's to reduce some of those burdens, and it's to help create the jobs. We want to make Alberta one of the most tax competitive jurisdictions in North America, as the job creation tax cut does. Creates more jobs for Albertans, better revenue for industry, and in turn, Madam Speaker, a stronger economy. A study by the University of Calgary School of Public Policy shows that for every dollar increase in corporate tax revenue, due to a rate increase, aggregate wages in Alberta declined by at least 95%. In other words, taxing high amounts means lower wages for Albertan workers. Oil field jobs are not the same as flipping burgers. Let's let that sink in a bit. You ran out 180,000 people so you could make people come from Ontario and change light bulbs. It wasn't the right economics that we wanted to follow in the province. So this is not a threat by corporations. This is not a tactic by corporations. This is fact. If there is less money coming out into businesses, there will be less money flowing out. Pretty basic stuff. So from that explanation, I hope that one thing is clear. Our government cares about Albertans. That's why we're here. Most of us left our normal lives so we could step in and fill the tide, to fill the void and the issues the Albertans were having because of that last group. And again, to all the Albertans out there watching, we're going to keep doing our job. We're going to keep moving the ball downfield, and we're going to fix those mistakes, despite the rhetoric and all the noise that the opposition may make, and the hair waving and the gnashing of the teeth, etc., or, pointing out these other scares that don't exist. By reducing those taxes, we're facilitating a stronger economic landscape that allows businesses to grow, create jobs, and get Albertans back to work. And I believe, in the opinion of the government, also transparency is key to a democratic government. Absolutely 100%. Transparency is key to a democratic government. Therefore, I'd like to remind the members opposite that if they choose, they can access the information that they want through FOIP or any other similar request available to all Albertans. However, this motion for return diverts attention away from the current issues, and we want to keep people focused at the task at hand, getting the economy rolling and dealing with COVID. Madam Speaker, I say again, there's other ways to get access to the information. We invite the members opposite to request this information, again, for their edification through FOIP. The amount of time and resources needed to fulfill this motion, again, takes away valuable time from the folks that are doing other work. And unlike how we manage government, I'll repeat that again because they're heckling, Madam Speaker, they just won't let it sink in. Those folks are not sitting around on their hands waiting for them to pick up the phone for when they make that call for a request that could be taken elsewhere. And that member that just made this motion was a cabinet minister, as was the member that just presented it. And they should well know, if they manage their departments properly, that those folks are busy. They're not just waiting on bated breath for the next call from this place. I'm going to go back to a speaking note here, and I'll give him a little chance to get me on that. So, Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, it's the policy of this government to make the best deal for Albertans. Whatever we do through these grants to stimulate local economies or tax cuts to create jobs across the province and strengthen our economy, we do it for the betterment of this province and these people, Madam Speaker. If we're going to weather the next few months of the COVID-19 pandemic and its repercussions, we need an Alberta that's competitive, economically stable, and ready to support Albertans to protect both lives and livelihood during this pandemic. And the other thing I'd like to throw in there, Madam Speaker, we're going to make sure that Albertans are strong. We're going to make sure that we're doing the work they sent us here to do, And in essence, I would like to ask all the other members of the Legislative Assembly, hopefully my remarks are more compelling than my honourable member from across the way, that this motion to return 11 absolutely should be rejected, and there's other ways and avenues to do it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There's so many people speaking at that time. I assume most of you would jump up and join debate. I might say, for those that wish to have conversations, that there is a lounge outside of this chamber in which they can enjoy that time. Are there any other members wishing to join debates on motion for return number 11? Seeing none, would the honourable member like to close debate? No. Honourable members, on motion for return number 11, as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Goldbar, on behalf of the Honourable Member for Lethbridge West, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. Appears to be defeated. A division has been called. Ring the bells. been called on motion for return number 11. All those in favor, please stand.
Mr. Savier, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Fian, Mr. Dack, Ms. Renault.
All those opposed, please stand.
Mr. Williams, Mr. Getson, Ms. Rosen, Ms. Isaac, Mr. Ellis, Mr. Horner, Ms. Lovely, Ms. Armstrong-Homenuk, Mr. Walker, Mr. Tour, Mr. Yassine, Mr. Smith, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Long, Mr. Singh.
Madam Speaker, total for the motion 5, total against 15.
The members, that has been defeated.
Committee of the Whole.
Okay. Why would the opposition be standing? Why would the opposition be standing? Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Honourable members, I would like to call Committee of the Whole to order. Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill 205, Genocide, Remembrance, Condemnation and Prevention Month Act. I will ask the honourable member for Calgary East to move the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am thankful as well to this chamber for having this opportunity to have Bill 205, the Genocide, Remembrance, Condemnation and Prevention Month Act being considered at the Committee of the Whole. It is my pleasure to rise today to take this opportunity to expound more about the purpose of Bill 205 and at the same time giving more better understanding about my intention for having this bill. Let me start, Madam Chair, by reading Section 3 of Bill 205, as this does not only reflect the title of the bill, but also it is foundation and the basis for laying out its purposes. Section 3 reads, the month of April of each year is to be known as Genocide, Remembrance, Condemnation and Prevention Month. It is also made in conformity with the provisions of the motion passed on April 2015 by the House of Commons, the M587, which also declares the month of April as a Genocide, Remembrance, Condemnation and Prevention Month. It is to embrace the diversity in our country and recognizes that Canada does not fail to include everyone that were affected by these unfortunate events. Section 3 of Bill 205, Madam Chair, seeks to provide Alberta's position about genocide and that the month of April will be devoted to remember the victims who have lost their lives in this genocides. It is important to note that some of the victims and survivors or their families or relatives of these atrocities are living here in Alberta. We have been advocating about the superiority, importance and respect to human rights and compassion to all. And I'm pleased to know that we are recognized to be one of the world's revered jurisdictions in doing such. We never stopped in reaching out and extending our helping hand, accepting the victims and their families here, providing shelter and a new beginning to all that have been victimized of unfair treatment and abandoned human rights. Here at the legislature, we mark the memorial of the Ukrainian famine and genocide every year, as well as the Holocaust Memorial. Moreover, we have the Holocaust Memorial Monument here in the legislature grounds. During these occasions, and as we consider other months or days that have been declared like Indigenous History Month or Black History Month, they are the opportunities for us to pay special attention to this important occurrence and learn about them. Our recognition month is important for us to become aware of the hatred and that leads to genocide and prevent future genocide through awareness and dialogue. At this juncture, Madam Chair, I would like to propose an amendment to Bill 205 particularly, and I will read it for the record if I may.
You
resolution on that? Have you got copies, sir?
Yeah, I have the copies, yep.
Okay, just 1 second. Amendment A1. Members, this will be referred to as Amendment A1. Just give me 1 second. As soon as we have a copy, you can go ahead, sir. Do you want the original? Do you want the original? Okay. Go ahead.
I'd like to move that Bill 205, Genocide Remembrance, Condemnation and Prevention Month Act, be amended in Section 2B4 by striking out to increase awareness of genocide that have occurred across the world, including the following, and substituting to increase awareness of genocide recognized by the House of Commons of Canada as follows.
Go ahead, member.
These amendments will clarify the intention of the portion of Bill 205 that seeks to increase awareness of genocide by explicitly mentioning that the list of genocide on the bill have been recognized by the House of Commons. The intention to adopt the recognized genocide by the House of Commons is to reflect the broad consensus of the nation. There will certainly be continued discussion and dialogue on genocide as Albertans' awareness grows. The genocide listed on Bill 205 are meant to be a starting point for these conversations. There are other genocides that have not been officially recognized by the House of Commons. For example, the House of Commons subcommittee have been studying the ongoing persecution of Uyghur Muslims in China and has heard from the experts who call it to be recognized as a genocide. This illustrates that debates on genocide recognition are ongoing. More importantly, it shows that these are not closed issues and that some genocide may still be perpetuated today and in the future. This reality makes Bill 205 more, not less, relevant and necessary. Moving forward, we can no longer undo the happenings of the past, but what we can do is to acknowledge them and learn from them. These events have left devastating effects to humanity. Let me just share a recent article that was posted by the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, or UNICEF, entitled Rohingya Children Bearing Brunt of COVID Disruptions in Bangladesh Refugee Camps as Education Facilities Remain Closed. It mentions the current situation of Rohingya refugee children and families in Cox's Bazar district of Bangladesh. The UNICEF Regional Director of South Asia, Jean Cloth, said that, and I quote, Rohingya refugee children and families have shown extraordinary resilience while living in exile in Bangladesh. After 3 years since they have fled for relief, they're now facing new challenges. The article goes on to state that in spite of incredible difficult circumstances, the refugee population is actively participating in response efforts to prevent and manage the threat of COVID-19 in the camps. Education facilities in the camps have been closed since March, as is the case in the rest of the country. Around 315,000 Rohingya refugee children and adolescents have been out of their learning centers. Madam Chair, the incident that happened in the Rohingya is considered as one of the fastest flight of refugees in the world. That is about around 750,000 stateless persons fled of their lives as military forces attacked their village with the intent to exterminate a single ethnic minority group, killing thousands and raping women in the process. So with speak right now, Madam Chair, we must stand together, continue to fight for human dignity, and spread awareness of devastating impacts of genocide. Again, thank you to the members who have expressed support for this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
To interrupt, but pursuant to Standing Order 8.6, the committee shall now rise and report progress on Bill 205. Young fellow right down there. Just wait till the sergeant at arms is there. The member for Peace River.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has under consideration a certain bill
The committee reports progress on Bill 205. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table copies and amendments of all considered by the committee on this date for the official records of the Assembly.
Does the Assembly concur with the report? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That so ordered.
Under motions other than government motions, motion other than a government motion 515, Mr. Horner.
I'll recognize the member for Drumheller-Stettler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor and a great pleasure to rise and bring forward private members motion 515. I've enjoyed watching the thoughtful private members motions that have been brought forward on Mondays over the last year and a half. I've watched private members urge the government from both sides of the aisle to address big picture type initiatives for our province, bring attention to and shine a light on important areas deserving of recognition, and attempt to nudge the government to address unresolved issues important to the member and the member's constituents. Motion 515 is my attempt to address what I believe is a critical issue for Alberta, the egregiously high cost of transmission and distribution of electricity in this province. I bring forward motion 515 knowing full well that the potential levers held by the government to address this issue on behalf of Albertans are complicated, imperfect, and would be of consequence. But that being said, I'm bringing it forward anyways because I believe it's so very important. Important for all Albertans, but most definitely for those in rural Alberta, and doubly important at this time when we know the Finance Minister has made clear there is no path to balance in this province without economic growth. Unaffordable electricity bills hinder growth greatly and make our province less livable to boot. So with that being said, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to read motion 515 into the record. Be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge the government to work with electricity agencies and electric utilities to lower transmission and distribution costs for consumers. I'll be honest to my colleagues here in the House, through you, Mr. Speaker, I would have much preferred stronger language than urge. Perhaps direct the government would have felt a little more appropriate. But at the kind and wise direction of Parliamentary Council, we've settled on the more traditional urge. And for a non-binding motion like this, I'm sure that will work just fine. So just to start at the beginning, this isn't an issue that I've had to be educated on since being elected. I've witnessed it evolve over the last decade or so and had a front row seat when the large direct current transmission lines running north and south were built, running through the community that I call home south of Sheerness. I can remember the construction of these lines and the desire of many for government to prove to Albertans that they were necessary. It became very political back then. It was a real wedge issue dividing the Wild Rose and PC parties of the day, at least locally. But I'm not here to open old wounds, just to give some background, Mr. Speaker, nor am I here to blame any previous governments, the members opposite, or our beloved Transportation Minister and crew who were part of governments past. Decisions were made, well-intentioned I'm sure, to massively build up our transmission infrastructure based on the belief and assumption that roughly 5% annual increase in demand for electricity would continue, and unfortunately it is not. Also of note, while reminiscing about the construction, back then it was the first glimpse for many into cost-plus infrastructure construction on behalf of the province. It was spoke about near and far, the anecdotal tales of deliberate overspending during construction. I'm glad that this government campaigned on greatly narrowing the practice of cost-plus construction. This is the crux of the issue. The transmission lines were overbuilt, and now Alberta's households and industry are left paying for this overbuild. The cost to Albertans is relatively fixed over many decades or the life of the infrastructure, although there are disparities in regions. Notably, distribution charges are highest in the lower populated regions in East Central Alberta and Northern Alberta. The cost to Albertans is not equal, and this fact is not lost on many in rural Alberta. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I remember clearly a resolution passed at the AUMA AGM back in 2019, back when we still met in groups. Seems like a long time ago now. The reason I remember the resolution and moment clearly is that it was proposed by some very concerned and committed constituents of mine. The resolution was brought forward by the town of Drumheller, and it stated, It is therefore resolved that AUMA advocate for the province to implement a modernized electrical system that has reasonable and predictable prices to support economic development throughout Alberta. And further be it resolved that AUMA advocate for the AUC to reduce the disparity in electricity pricing for transmission and distribution charges across the province. That resolution passed that day by 71%, even after Mayor Nenshi did his best to sway the convention hall to vote against it. Community leaders across Alberta doing their best to better the lives of their people and encourage whatever economic development they can muster in their small communities see high transmission and distribution rates for electricity as more than hurtful and see higher rates compared to other communities as punitive and a comparative disadvantage. Mr. Speaker, I've had many a conversation about the high, unaffordable cost of distribution and transmission of electricity with constituents before I was elected and since. This is a general issue for all consumers of electricity in Alberta, but I would like to highlight 3 groups who have reached out to me to express their extreme frustration. The first is seniors. I have had countless seniors reach out to me and explain in great detail how on their fixed income they simply cannot afford their power bill. Then they, like clockwork, clarify that it's not the actual power but the distribution and transmission. Many tell how they have tried to make their homes and their habits more energy efficient, but their efforts aren't really reflected in the bill when over 60% of the bill is distribution and transmission. They almost always then ask, what am I to do? Groceries are on the rise too. What choices does this leave us? I can assure everyone in this House that the answer of contacting the Utilities Consumer Advocate is not a popular one, and nor should it be. The second group is oil and gas producers. And before you say that's quite a jump to go from seniors to oil and gas, I'll try and explain why. We all know Alberta's oil and gas producers have been and continue to face a monumental challenge. Low commodity prices have pushed many under, forced massive consolidations, and many are just barely hanging on. I've had constituents who are owner-operator types of junior companies go through their electricity bills with me. Even as they attempted to wait out the storm by shutting their wells in, not using any power, they still could not avoid the fixed wire charges. Now, revenue can mask a multitude of sins, and perhaps this small company was okay with paying a $130,000 a month power bill, of which $90,000 was fixed wire charges when they could cover it in more normal times. But when they shut in all their wells and are using no power, and the power bill is still $90,000 a month, things will change. The electricity is what's required. The grid, our grid, is convenient, but industry has options. More and more stories like this lead to unhooking from our grid and these operators generating their own power. The last group is agriculture producers, specifically those who use a lot of power like irrigation operators. Now you could insert any industry type, manufacturing or processing that uses a lot of power. This is just who reached out to me. At an irrigation meeting in Brooks, I was pulled aside and shown a handful of irrigators' bills. A large operator's bill was for $137,000. Now this would power very many pivots and pumping sites, of which only $32,000 of the bill was for electricity. He was quite clear what this meant for his operation. He was already in the process of unhooking from the grid. A lot of these sites are in remote locations, and these operators have invested a lot in the electrical infrastructure. But when the delivery portions of the bill are this high, they have the means to go behind the grid and generate their own power, and they are in droves. If we're unable to remedy this situation even a little bit, more types of industry will look to move behind the grid. And every time they do, that leaves fewer Albertans, the seniors on fixed income, those without a choice to pay the tab. We understand the issue. It was overbuilt and expensive. Demand has dropped off, so fewer Albertans are paying the fixed tab. But I urge the government, through the very non-prescriptive Motion 515, to find solutions. Whatever the idea of the Alberta Advantage was, one leg of it most definitely was affordable power, and not just the electricity, but the whole bill. Going forward, Alberta families and industry need affordable electricity bills, and it will be necessary for a robust economic recovery in every corner of our province. I hope everyone in this House will support motion 515. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honourable members. Anybody else wishing to speak? I see the honourable member for Edmonton Gold Bar.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased to rise and offer a few comments in favour of motion 515, and I want to thank my colleague from Drumheller-Stettler for bringing forward this motion. I too share his disappointment that these kinds of things can't be worded more strongly than urge. Certainly, it certainly would be nice if members of the opposition and backbenchers have had more tools at our disposal to hold the members of Executive Council to account. Although I will note, Madam Speaker, that it's quite ironic, of course, that we just went through 2 hours plus of debate where members of the UCP backbenches just argued very vociferously why they shouldn't hold members of Executive Council to account. Anyway, we take the wins where we can get them, Madam Speaker, and so I will share that sentiment with my colleague from Drumheller-Stettler. And I certainly urge all members in the UCP caucus who aren't members of Executive Council to continue doing the work of holding this government to account. We certainly support the goal of lowering costs for consumers, the whole cost of electricity, and the member is quite right that transmission and distribution costs do make up a significant portion of the bill. And I can appreciate my friend from colleague from Drumheller-Stettler. You know, it's particularly concerning to him and to his constituents, I can imagine, because they only have to look out their windows every day to see what it is they're paying for. I've driven that highway from Hannah to Brooks many times, and of course there is massive power infrastructure along that highway. Wondering why the heck we're paying so much for these things standing out in the fields that nobody's using. Right, and so it's natural that it's top of mind for my colleague's constituents from Drumheller-Stettler, and I certainly appreciate the fact that he's bringing these concerns forward. I share these concerns about the fate of our transmission and distribution system in Alberta, Madam Speaker. Certainly, the Alberta electrical grid is poised to undergo significant changes in its composition. Of course, we, as a government, we're committed to phasing out coal-fired electricity. And the good news, Madam Speaker, is that just last week, I think, Capital Power announced that one of its power plants in the Wabamun area, of course, will be switched over to natural gas by 2023. And we can see that with the increase in demands for action on climate change and the subsequent decrease in the cost of renewable energy generation and the nature of the transmission and distribution system that needs to be built in order to make sure that Albertans can actively and effectively access a reliable source of electricity. There are, I expect, significant changes that are going to be coming to the transmission and distribution system in Alberta. So, all that to say, Madam Speaker, not only is it important that Albertans understand why it is the old system was built to the extent it was, and why it is that Albertans are being asked to pay for that system that we didn't need, but how can we better structure the payment system with respect to transmission and distribution so that Albertans aren't left on the hook for another system that will not meet our needs and will be incredibly expensive. And certainly we haven't heard any word from members of Executive Council about what their future's vision is for the Alberta electricity generation and transmission and distribution system. And I suspect that The answers that the government will need to bring forward at some point will be controversial. I just want to, and on the note of controversy, Madam Speaker, of course, I appreciate the member from Drumheller-Stettler's unwillingness to open up old wounds between the Wild Rose and the PC parties. By all means, Madam Speaker, I certainly, don't refuse to open up those old wounds on our account. We're happy to have those grievances aired here in public. It certainly makes for an interesting and entertaining debate, certainly some transparency into the thinking of members of that caucus that Albertans would like to see. With respect, though, to protecting Albertans' pocketbooks, because I think that's really what this motion comes down to. Like I said, I appreciate the member from Drumheller-Stettler's motion, and I respect its intent, but there is already a lot that the government has done to negatively impact the pocketbooks of his constituents as well as mine. Of course, the government made significant changes to the electricity market. That was one of the first things they did after the election in 2019. And by axing the electricity price cap, of course, we've seen 20% increases in electricity cost in the big cities, Edmonton and Calgary, at the beginning of the year, and there is no guarantee, Madam Speaker, that those costs won't shoot out of control without significant government intervention in the future. Government has undertaken a number of other initiatives that have made life more expensive for Albertans. We've just spent hours and hours of time here in this chamber debating changes to the insurance, the automobile insurance legislation. And we've seen significant increases. I've had constituents in my office talking about 25–50% increases in their automobile insurance coverage over the last 50 years, or over the last few months, rather, Madam Speaker. And so, of course, we would encourage the government to look at something like that as well. This is an important pocketbook issue. Of course, the government de-indexed the income tax brackets this year. Back in the old days of 2019, when the income tax brackets would increase with inflation. So that meant that people's wages could rise with inflation and they weren't expected to pay more in taxes. Well, the government decided to do away with that, meaning that average working Albertans will see their overall income tax bills go up at the same time that, of course, they're giving a $4.7 billion handout to the most profitable corporations in the province. Moreover, the government has repealed the regulation that they actually voted in favor of with respect to regulating tuition and school fees at post-secondary institutions. Remarkable about face. Certainly there was nothing in the UCP platform about revoking the regulation with respect to tuition fees, and so tuition is set to skyrocket here in the province of Alberta. The sad thing is that even though they are still allowing tuition to increase, they are cutting the budgets of every post-secondary institution in Alberta so much that the tuition increases that they're allowing won't even make up the difference in the budget. And I can hear my friend from Central Peace, Notley, getting agitated, of course, that in his opinion I'm not speaking to the motion, and of course, Madam Speaker, I am speaking to the motion. The motion is with respect to the impacts of government decisions on the pocketbooks of everyday Albertans. Certainly transmission and distribution is a significant part of that. And so I think it's only fair to highlight all of these things that the government has the power to address when it comes to protecting the pocketbooks of Albertans and yet have failed to do. With respect to the post-secondary sector, of course, we've seen significant interest rate hikes on student loans as well. That was another thing that the government did at the same time that they were scrapping tuition and fee regulations. They were hiking interest rates on student loans. It's also interesting to me, Madam Speaker, that during this COVID pandemic, the government has thank you.
Any other honourable members wishing to speak? I see the honourable member for Athabasca Barhead Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my honour to rise today and speak to motion 515 as introduced by my colleague from Drumheller Stettler. Motion reads, be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge the government to work with electricity agencies and electric utilities to lower transmission and distribution costs for consumers. Madam Speaker, I must admit that given recent history of previous government decisions involving the electricity file, it does make me a little nervous to stand here and ask the government to get involved again. But the motion does ask the government to work with electricity agencies and electric utilities, and with that in mind, I am prepared to support this motion. Just to walk down memory lane, we have recent history in the past decade or so, a little longer, where previous governments have made questionable decisions that have left Alberta electricity consumers and or taxpayers stuck with paying for the consequences of those decisions. In 2009, the previous PC government estimated that there would be an approximately 5% annual increase in demand for electricity in Alberta. However, this was a great overestimation, and demand did not increase at that rate. But as a result of decisions made at that time, transmission lines were overbuilt, and now Alberta families and industry, consumers of the electricity, have been left to pay the bill. When Albertans removed the previous NDP government last year, they made it clear they were not happy with some of the decisions the NDP government had made regarding the electricity file also. I think the saga began when the previous government triggered a change in law clause within the power purchasing agreements. When the previous government decided to increase the province's carbon taxes on large emitters, industrial emitters, this clause was triggered and gave the companies the ability to hand back agreements to the balancing pool. As a result, Alberta consumers are on the hook for close to $2 billion in balancing pool losses over the last number of years. Consumers will be paying for many years to come to pay off that $2 billion bill. As if that was not enough, in 2016, the previous government signed up Alberta taxpayers for 14 years of payments totaling $1.4 billion to electricity generators to compensate them for shutting their plants down early. It is also worth noting Alberta at this time has to import power from neighboring jurisdictions. In other words, Alberta, the province blessed with one of the largest energy reserves in the world, is a net importer of electricity at this time. Is this a result of previous government interference in shutting down coal power producers early? I do not have the answer to that question at this time, but I do know that in 4 years of government, the NDP, at a minimum, cost Alberta consumers and taxpayers $3.4 billion in unnecessary electricity expenses. Those decisions significantly damage our Alberta competitiveness and the economy. Nowadays, Mr. Speaker, nowadays $3.4 billion, we say it as if it really amounts to not much. But if we take a look at what $3.4 billion in 4 years of NDP rule, about 1,400 days, cost Alberta, it sums up to about $2.5 million per day on increased costs to the Alberta consumer and the Alberta taxpayer. $2.5 million per day increase just on the electricity file. That is a huge bill to pay. So needless to say, it makes me nervous when we are asking government to once again get involved in the electricity file. But considering how important electricity is to Alberta's overall ability to compete on a global scale, anything we can do as policymakers to ease the costs related to electricity transmission and distribution must be investigated. A significant issue, especially in rural communities, is the extremely high electricity transmission and distribution costs reflected on their electricity bills. Mr. Speaker, to put it simply, provincial governments made decisions on behalf of all. Therefore, all must be treated fairly. Unaffordable electricity bills in rural Alberta greatly hinders growth and makes our province less competitive. I can attest that Albertans in rural and remote communities work extremely hard to make ends meet for their families, for their communities, and ultimately for our province. Overcharging for such a fundamental utility undercuts the work that they do, limits growth in these areas, and ultimately affects the sectors and industries that they work in. As our province continues to weather the COVID-19 storm, we have to work with Albertans to stimulate our economy, drive innovation, and build a stronger Alberta that is ready to participate and compete on a national and international level right away. Part of this plan includes getting a better deal for rural Albertans, especially with their electricity bills. I think what I've been trying to highlight in my discussion here is that it's both the consumer and the taxpayer that has been hit hard over the last number of years with regards to decisions that governments have made and that have gone sideways. A previous speaker was talking with regards to the caps on electricity, and as if Albertans were paying more because the caps were removed. But really, the price of the electricity hasn't changed based off of those decisions. It's just who happens to have to pay for it, whether the consumer pays or whether the taxpayer pays. It still has to be paid for. The price of the electricity, irregardless of who pays for it, is the price of the electricity. So part of a plan to move into a more competitive environment internationally includes getting a better deal for rural Albertans, especially with their electricity bills. Previous provincial governments have created this mess, and now it is our responsibility to work with electricity agencies, and I stress that we need to encourage the government to work with stakeholders and not to superimpose decisions made by government on these stakeholders. So I can support this motion based off the urging the government to work with electricity agencies and electric utilities to alleviate any unfair consequences. During the fiscal reckoning, this province is facing Albertans need access to reliable and competitively priced electricity. As we continue to support Albertans across this province in all areas, businesses and industries, we need to ensure that something as fundamental as electricity is easily obtainable and fairly priced. I thought I would just take a quick look at power bill that I was faced with last month, and so I'm just going to scare it up here a minute, just to give a sense of the power bill. On consumption was 629 kilowatts. The energy charge was $43.38. The transmission charge $25.45. Distribution charges of $114.90. And so, you know, we take a look at that, and especially for rural residents that are on fixed incomes, some of the seniors in my community and those types of individuals, they have a very limited ability to continue to pay those increased distribution charges. I believe it is a responsibility of the government to ensure that costs with regards to electricity, a very fundamental fundamental need within our society today that those costs are fairly priced right across our province. And I do believe that we need to urge the government to look at all avenues that can be undertaken to allow these costs to be more fairly distributed. So I believe that Motion 515 will help us meet the goal and support rural Albertans at this time of economic crisis. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will be supporting Motion 515. Thank you.
Honourable members, the Honourable Member for Edmonton McClung, followed by Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Speaker, to speak to Motion 515 this afternoon in the Assembly. Member for Drumheller-Stettler has brought forward an issue using his opportunity to bring forward a private member's motion, other than government motion, to demonstrate his determination to represent rural Alberta, Drumheller-Stettler in particular. With respect to this motion, I think all Albertans who use electricity, no matter where they live, were in his thoughts when he was bringing forward this motion to urge the government to work with electricity agencies and electrical utilities to lower transmission and distribution costs for consumers. I think all Albertans would support this this urging, this wish, and it's something that I think everybody in this province would like to see, lower transmission distribution costs. And so, of course, I too will join to support the motion brought forward by the member for Drumheller-Stettler. And I know that in this motion there may be a number of things that haven't been contemplated, but one of the things I'm wondering about, and I wonder if indeed in the contemplation of the motion that whether or not the member actually considered a function for rural electrical associations in assisting him with his goal of bringing down costs of transmission and distribution for consumers, especially for electricity in rural areas. I know that the REAs have been around for generations. I think there's 26 left in the province, and they may, I believe, have an important role to play in the economic transmission and distribution of power, particularly in rural Alberta. And I'd like to see that role fleshed out in future in discussions with the member from Drumheller-Stettler, if he is successful in having this motion brought forward, to see what, in fact, role the Rural Electrical Associations can play in bringing forward his goal of lowering transmission and distribution costs. Because I really think there are elements in the REAs that we should take advantage of and support so that this long-standing element of Alberta's electrical distribution and transmission system is allowed to flourish in the province rather than being allowed to wither on the vine. And I think that in many respects the REAs are kind of under attack from electrical distribution companies in the province, and I think that we should see ways of having them in a modern electrical distribution network sustain the operation of those who want to support an REA, and look to them to find out what benefit they can offer in maintaining management costs for transmission and distribution. But in the members' deliberations, Mr. Speaker, when he was looking at protecting rural Alberta in particular from the cost of transmission and distribution of electricity, those two items on their bill, all Albertans note, are of course separate from the cost of actual electricity used and seem in many cases to be inordinately high. But the members should also know that there are a number of other costs in this province, particularly in rural Alberta, which are being foisted upon residents outside of our major centres by the government's action. So, of course, the intent of this motion is to lower costs for those consumers in the province. But those consumers in this province, Mr. Speaker, are suffering added additional burdens that this government has brought upon them in a number of different ways. For example, my colleague from Edmonton Gold Bar did mention insurance costs, but there's a whole array of downloading of costs onto rural Albertans in particular that the AUMA and Rural Municipalities Association and others have voiced opposition to, including many residents of rural Alberta who have contacted myself as well and wondering why they deserve to have these downloading of costs happen to them. For example, with respect to policing, that's an area where costs are also being downloaded, and the member from Drumheller-Stettler will probably also be receiving emails not only about distribution and transmission charges for electricity adding costs, but also about rural policing costs being downloaded to municipalities in Alberta and also adding to the burden. Also, there's changes to the infrastructure tax revenue formula that have downloaded costs onto the rural municipalities. Not only downloading costs, but it's done to reduce their revenue stream by 30 to 40%. And of course, they're screaming about that. The further changes to the necessity for oil and gas companies to pay portions of their taxes as well have reduced the revenue stream for rural Alberta. Something on top of the distribution and transmission charges that I'm sure the member for Drumheller-Stettler had in mind when he was looking to make this motion, other than government motion 515, to relieve the cost and burden on residents of rural Alberta in particular. So there's been oodles of various different costs that have been added onto the bill for Albertans who now have to potentially pay for a toll if they want to cross a certain bridge in their constituency. They may have to pay a toll if they want to get it put to the top of the priority list in order to get it built. So locally, individual farmers and business people, as well as regular citizens and tourists going through their area, will end up having to pay a higher toll on infrastructure, on top of the extra charges that the member for Drumheller-Stettler is talking about trying to reduce with his urging of the government to pay attention to the transmission and distribution costs and take steps to lower them. Good luck with that, Mr. Speaker, because in other areas of high costs that are being downloaded onto Albertans, particularly in rural Alberta, those pleas have gone unheard. So we'll see if indeed the government has ears for this member's motion, other than government motion, to minimize costs for distribution and transmission of electricity, but those ears have been deaf to other things such as insurance costs, fees for camping, paying tolls on roads that they might want to have built in their constituency, and on top of that, paying for the lack of revenue that the government doesn't have, a $4.7 billion corporate giveaway that, of course, yielded no jobs and ended up putting a big hole in our revenue stream once again, and that's going to have to be made up for by other means of generating revenue, by Albertans in rural Alberta paying extra downloaded fees that this government has foisted upon them. Interest rates on student loans, another thing. I mean, if you start adding up the extra costs, Mr. Speaker, that this government has brought onto the shoulders of particularly rural Albertans, but Albertans right throughout the province, you'll find that the transmission and distribution costs of electricity are but one element of a huge package of added costs and taxes that this government sees fit to bring to the table and ask Albertans to pay out of a dwindling pocketbook, or perhaps a pocketbook that doesn't exist at all, because so many of us are unemployed right now as a result of the pandemic, the downturn in the economy, and the choices that this government has made in terms of doing things that will add cost to the means of doing business in the province. I won't get into huge detail on the elements of the changes to electricity. The electricity market is switched to an energy-only market from a capacity market. That's a huge debate in and of itself. But my position, Mr. Speaker, of course, is that the government's changes to reverse course from what our previous government had in place were ultimately long-term going to cost people in this province a lot of money, no matter what, notwithstanding what members opposite have been trying to argue today again in the House. So with that, I urge members to support the bill, but be aware of the added costs elsewhere.
The honourable member for Bonnyville Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Much, Mr. Speaker. I'm always happy to stand and support any motion that ensures my constituents save their hard-earned money. That's why I'm standing here today to speak to motion 505, brought forward by my colleague from Drumheller Stettler. One of the greatest responsibilities that this government has undertaken is making life more affordable for Albertans across the province, and I take great pride in working towards that goal. Unfortunately, one of the biggest obstacles to that goal in my riding is the extremely high electricity distribution charges to rural Albertans. Now, it didn't take very long to do a little bit of research on this matter. I made a few phone calls to people living out in my area, as well as folks living in Edmonton, business owners, and it's on everybody's mind. And I recall the town halls and the debates that took place back in 2012, 2013, 14, when they were looking at the routes for the big infrastructure builds that were the order of the day. And not everybody was happy with what was going on, and it almost seemed like things were being pushed on folks. I've got grain farmers up in my area that have to dodge power poles that not running down a road allowance, but right down the middle of their quarter. So they, of course, were opposed to that kind of thing. They're paid out on a yearly basis for that loss of use, but when you're talking some of these cultivators that are upwards of 50 feet and the seed drills, it's quite a chore to work around those, even with GPS. So, like I said, there was some opposition to it, especially on the routing of it, and I recall that quite strongly. And unfortunately, now those same folks are expected to carry a more substantial portion of the burden to pay for those things. And I'd like to just remind folks, if you're driving down Anthony Henday, especially over on the east side of the city, and you see the big towers there, I wish there was a flag showing which way the electricity was going, because it's not actually leaving Edmonton and going out and feeding rural Alberta. It's actually coming from power plants in rural Alberta and feeding Edmonton and Calgary. So that's one important thing to remember, is because distribution charges, when they talk about them in rural Alberta, compared to Edmonton, it's an economy of scale and complexity, and how many industry or residences you're serving with that power line. But like I said, it is has to be understood that the power actually comes from power plants in rural Alberta for the most part, and feeding Edmonton and Calgary. And I just want to talk about the inequity across the province. And the member for Barhead Westlock mentioned the unfair cost to seniors. Now, if you take, and I do have some comparisons here for residences, a senior living in Edmonton or Calgary, a couple on fixed income in a 1,500 square foot bungalow, and they consume about the same amount of power as, say, somebody that's living out in either in Stettler or in St. Paul. And the difference in that power bill is about very close to $100 a month. So you got those same seniors on a fixed income living in rural, having to pay an extra $100 a month. That comes out to close to $1,200 a year after year after year after year. And this is, I think, what we're trying to, at least what I'm hoping that this motion will address, is some of that inequality. And it's, I talk to people that are trying to run not-for-profits and charitable organizations out in rural, and again, they're hit with these same carrying charges and distribution charges that are affecting everyone. So we talk about competitiveness. have a friend out in St. Paul that has a greenhouse, and I got her to send me a copy of her bill. Last month, the energy consumption was $440.30. The total bill was $982.14. So that greenhouse competing with another greenhouse from Edmonton or one of the bigger centers is, it's pretty tough for them to compete. Now, I also got a few folks to send me power bills from their homes here. So one Edmonton house, energy consumption was $30.08. The distribution charges were $21.80. Now, for that same month, on my home, cost of energy was $67.29. Distribution charges were $122.21, and transmission was $48. So out of a $277.97 bill, $206.63 was for other than energy consumption. Another property out there in my area, cost of electricity $51.10. Distribution charge $102.51. So this is what I'm trying to get at, Mr. Speaker, is just we need to address the inequality. We did some quick math at a discussion over coffee. You can call it some cowboy math or napkin mathematics, whatever. But if we took the population of the province and if we distributed these costs properly, it would mean an increase of approximately $12 for urban, but it would mean a decrease of $80 for rural Albertans in every residence. And I really think that that's something that we have to look at. It's a reality of it. As I said, especially when it comes to seniors on a fixed income, that could be a big difference. $800 a year, $900 a year. It could make or break. So it's absolutely unacceptable that rural Albertans have been left to foot this bill. Those who choose to live in rural and remote communities should not be penalized with high electricity bills. One term that has come to light with current events is the term essential service. The services performed by these in rural and remote communities are absolutely essential. The hard work put in by rural Albertans puts food on our tables, clothes on our backs, and keeps our economy afloat. Rural Albertans continue to have our backs and support us, especially during the current fiscal reckoning our province is in. Therefore, it's absolutely necessary that we ensure rural Albertans can continue to work hard with less money coming out of their pockets every month. And this is a sure way that we could make a benefit to every rural Albertan. The previous NDP government, before they were fired last year, worked to undermine the livelihoods of rural Albertans and make their jobs harder. As we continue to fight against the COVID-19 economic fallout, we have to work with Albertans to stimulate our economy, drive innovation, and create a stronger Alberta that supports everyone in all areas of our province. Rural communities should not have to deal with such high prices while larger communities and cities seem to get by. Previous provincial governments created this mess with overbuilding, and now the UCP government is taking responsibility for these past mistakes and is working to alleviate any economic disparities experienced by rural communities. As our government works to lower electrical bills for rural Albertans, we are also making a statement that all Albertans across this great province are noticed, are cared for, and are fought for. It is time that rural Albertans got a fair deal that better reflects the work they put in for our province and that shows our gratefulness. Although many rural Albertans are happy to continue doing thankless jobs that sustain our province, it is our responsibility to look out for them and ensure that they have a fair deal. And we often talk about a fair deal here in Alberta when it comes to federal government, but I really think that we have to take a closer look at this and make a fair deal within Alberta so that all residents and businesses are treated the same, so we can maintain competitiveness in rural communities with businesses. I have a manufacturer out in a small community that employs about 100 people, and when you look at his power bills, and he's trying to restructure right now, he's actually thinking of moving to another centre because of the difference in cost to him out there. So if we want to protect our rural communities and maintain competitiveness with urban areas, I think this is a step in the right direction. So I very much thank my colleague from Drumheller-Stettler for bringing this motion forward. Thank you.
The honourable member for St. Albert. Okay. The honourable member for Edmonton Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to motion 515, which asks that we be resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge the government to work with electricity agencies and electric utilities to lower transmission and distribution costs for consumers. I think that's certainly a good motion to be putting forward. I'm happy to stand up in support of the motion because I think that the year has been a very difficult year for many people. Financially, it has been extremely difficult for people who have been unable to maintain a full salary, while COVID has caused many of them to lose hours or in another way diminish their ability to be successful in their business because of the loss of the ability to sell their products and so on. And so we certainly have many people who are in distress, and working with the government and the utilities to reduce electrical costs would be an excellent thing to do. Of course, I must point out that this government has essentially, since they have come into government, worked in exactly the opposite direction, always moving money from consumers and individuals into corporate hands, as they've done right from the beginning with their $4.7 billion gift to foreign corporations that use the money to actually leave the province and reduce the well-being of the citizens of the province of Alberta. And as they have done in terms of almost every single one of their financial bills being brought into this House, including the fact that previously the government, when we were in power, had introduced capacity markets to help protect consumers against price spikes and brownouts and blackouts. And now this government has returned our market away from the capacity market back to an energy-only market. In other words, transferring money straight into the hands of the corporate elite and taking money out of the hands of the average citizen in the province, which apparently this bill is seeking to correct. So it's too bad that the backbenchers have to introduce a bill into the House to influence their own government, given that their government apparently doesn't listen to the backbenchers in their caucus, as we've seen over and over again in this House. So it's very disappointing. It's also disappointing that this government has removed the regulated rate option that we had put into place when we put the cap on rates at 6.8 cents per kilowatt hour, and this government removed that, making the average citizen in the province of Alberta susceptible to price spikes. So again, transferring money from individuals into the hands of the corporate entities that exist in this province, most of which, by the way, have not used the money to actually provide better services to people in the community, but rather to shore up their own financial situation. And so it's very disappointing that we find ourselves in this position. And I'm also particularly disappointed that this government has failed to renew the program referred to as the REP program, which was the Renewable Energies Program, that very successfully worked with utilities, people interested in providing electricity in this province, and all of the Indigenous communities in the province of Alberta, to ensure not only that we got access to the lowest possible rates for electricity through renewable energy, which had the very explicit benefit of not only providing us with stable energy contracts well into the future, but also provided us with renewable energy, which has been demonstrated to be the least costly form of energy right now in the province of Alberta, significantly less costly than coal, for example. And in fact, we've seen that the Genesis power plants just west of the city are now being converted 10 years ahead of time from coal into
interrupt, but 55 minutes of debate has elapsed, and pursuant to Standing Order 8.3, the closure. The member for Drumheller-Stettler has 5 minutes to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues for speaking to and supporting Motion 515. As we've heard in this debate, the affordability of electricity bills and the differences in the cost of distribution and transmission in different regions of the province is a real issue that needs to be addressed. This issue has not snuck up on us. It has been a real concern for some time, and failing to address it will, I'm afraid, only make matters worse. More people, sectors, and industries who have the ability to will continue to move behind the fence, generate their own power, and leave the fixed costs of our overbuilt infrastructure to those who don't have that option. This includes our seniors on fixed incomes and every other family that's struggling to keep the lights on. So once again, Mr. Speaker, we know what brought us to this point. We know the infrastructure was overbuilt with a big price tag, and demand has not nearly kept up with these assumptions. So instead of a slightly overbuilt system we can grow into, we have a greatly overbuilt system with demand going down. In fact, AESO, the operator, made clear in their December 2020 update that Alberta's annual load has declined since 2018 and is not forecasted to recover anytime soon. We also, I would say, know the motivations and goals behind the transmission overbuild, not only built for the future to keep up with demand assumptions, but it would appear we place great priority on interconnectivity with our neighbours, with interties between BC's hydro and the thermal generators in Saskatchewan and Montana. It makes sense if the goal is to procure cheap electricity, and many times we are able to take BC's excess. It would also make sense if the goal was to be able to export our excess power to the electricity-hungry west coast of the United States. What has actually transpired, how this has actually played out, is that we're using these lines to become a net importer of electricity. In 2018, Alberta imported 2,663 gigawatt hours, and in 2019, we imported 1,521 gigawatt hours. The sick irony is not lost on many of my constituents that have just lost their job at one of the Westmoreland coal mines that supply coal to the Heartland generation sites at either Sheerness or Battle River, that they now get to pay more for transmission to import coal-fired power. We can't change the past, but it is my hope that affordability and reliability of electricity and how it's delivered will be a core value and principle of those making these decisions. I have a hard time fathoming why the AUC would be continuing to build transmission lines out into the East Country on the speculation of future renewable projects. My office takes many calls asking for explanation as to how this could be happening. And these same constituents who phone concerned often are landowners in close proximity to the lines, but they are also the very same Albertans who pay more on their power bill for transmission and distribution. For example, the average December 2020 electricity bill in Calgary for a single-family home was $122. The distribution and transmission costs for Calgary residents averaged $37.48, under a third of the bill. Edmonton was slightly higher. By comparison, the average December single household bill in Drumheller was $200, of which transmission and distribution was $121.65, roughly 61% of the bill. So I hope members of this House will understand, while maybe this isn't a hot button issue for them, it is for many. It's easy to extrapolate those household numbers and apply them to someone using more electricity and understand how limiting this disparity can be for economic development. Rural economic development is a tough nut to crack, and not just in Alberta, all across North America, policymakers are trying to find creative ways to slow up the mass exodus to our large cities. Just as rural internet can be a deal breaker for those looking to start a business in rural, so can the overall cost of electricity. Our government has wisely targeted agricultural growth with targeted investments as part of our economic relaunch strategy. More irrigated acres mean more potential for value-added products, growing jobs in the economy, and mitigating our risk as a province who trades largely in bulk goods. You know what you need a lot of to go vertical, up the chain in ag processing and eventually packaging? You need electricity, and it needs to be affordable. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd once again like to thank the members of this House for telling their stories of concerned constituents and speaking in support of Motion 515, and I'd like to encourage all members of the House to vote in favour of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the member for Drumheller-Stettler has moved motion 515. All those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered. The Honourable member for Calgary West.
Mr. Speaker, I know we've made a lot of progress this afternoon. I would like to ask and make a motion that we move to adjourn the Assembly until 7:30 p.m. this evening. Thank you.
Honourable members, having heard the motion is moved by the Honourable member for Calgary West for adjournment. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered. The House stands adjourned until this evening at 7:30 p.m.